Nation Rising think they can't prove their case. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I mean, I would. I would. Well, I don't know. I'm wondering. Do they have to show? I don't know. I don't know how that.
Oh, I think my boy Lookner's about ready to have a meltdown. Lookner,
Now, it's not.
my
from what I
boy,
understand,
fucking
it's not
agenda
changed
free.
on
They just made an announcement that you can get a passport with Donald Trump's face on it. He has to be trolling these fuckers. Breaking news! Breaking news! And for the record, Jim Comey just got indicted again. And the FBI is raiding Minnesota. Wonder if they're going to raid it 11 times. Or Roman numeral 2.
Sometimes in history, there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you,
This was a man who's met his destiny.
and I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
We're
watching history, so buckle up.
King
I don't think the
Charles.
American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free.
We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back. Common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people. Inflation is down. Growth is up. The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years.
And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead. America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over. Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength. America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crimes.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs.
The Trump archive are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025. From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Granger's got your safety needs covered. Literally. Shop Granger's vast inventory of safety products.
Because every
Call,
American
click,
is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.
Yeah, that I was queuing up the link for King Charles, not Prince Charles Luckner. So what's going on, fools? Lot of craziness happening today. You got 22 or 23 different Leering centers being raided, houses being raided in Minnesota. They flew in quite a few federal agents to do these raids. Wonder how Miss World War 11 thinks about it. You got King Charles going to be giving a speech here at 3 o'clock in front of Congress. So that'll be interesting. Then I think he gets out of Dodge and goes to New York. Jim Comey indicted again. And then this goofball, Luckner, he was like, well, 8647, I don't know if he knew what that meant. Dude, he's fucking law enforcement, you tool bag. I shouldn't say that. I don't know the guy, but, you know, sometimes that shit gets old because he's law enforcement. He knows damn well what it means. Let's see here. I see I got some people walking into the Capitol. So I'm going to get this up here so we can watch these circus idiots. Let me get rid of their chat box. Don't need to see that. Thank you.
Your sales tax flows into your POS system and it's getting deposited into your bank account, but there's nothing in your bank account.
Alright. Why is it fucking full screen? I don't want to see. Yeah, let's see what some of these ass clowns. Volume way too low. How's that? Is that any better? Yeah, it might. King Charles. Yeah, let's check on my end. All right, yeah, it sounds good. This is going to be King Charles, no kings, coming to speak in front of Congress. This There, fine. Allow me to get rid of that. Military's there basically out of courtesy and capitulation. I don't know. Yeah, they didn't say his comrade. They didn't say his speech was going to be that long. It'd be kind of cool if he got up there and say, "We surrender." Yeah, found out today that Miss Panda does not, under any circumstances, like the vacuum cleaner. Settle down there, BP. Hey, did you guys see that? She kind of reminds me of the ghost from oh my God. Wait, I wanted to see that. Oh, Chuck's a Muslim? Nice. I forget what the hell her, Delora. She looks like the ghost from Scooby-Doo with her blue, purple, green, aqua color hair. where she got totally destroyed. Look, I wouldn't give YouTube any money.
The joint meeting will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort His Majesty Charles III into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. Gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes. Gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow. The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo.
The President Pro Tempore of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort His Majesty Charles III into the chamber. The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The senator from Iowa, Mr. Grassley. The senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray.
No kings.
The senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin. And the senator from New Hampshire, Mrs. Shaheen.
All members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Where's the No Kings protest? Come on, idiots. Oh, okay. Right side. All right, let me...
Mr. Speaker, the acting dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
What the hell? What the hell was that? Did you see the penguin? He was like, what? The fucking penguin. All I can think of right now is the movie Mars Attacks. And then Congress gets vaporized. Let's see. You said right side. Right side.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
This has to be a joke, right? Let's see. I'm trying to find this damn thing live. Do you have a channel name for that right side news? Because I typed it in, it didn't show that they were live. Let's see, live streams. Big Chair sent me a text a few minutes ago. When I said about the Mars attacks, and then, and then that lady shows up. Let's see. C-SPAN. Let me try that. Rumble's got to do something better with their search. RSBN.com. Okay. That is so damn funny. Alright, let me go to the interactive. Do they not have audio up right now? They have to move that up because they're... Yeah, they don't... At least they don't have the annoying fucking constant gaggle bullshit happening. Let me see if I can push this up a little bit. Yeah, that looks a lot better. At least give them some credit for this. So while we're waiting for the yeah, C-SPAN, yeah. There we go, that looks a lot better. Wonder how worried Ilhan Omar is right now. I think the message I got this morning was 22 search warrants were being executed. And I think that right there is to build a case against her, because it's going to come out that there was a lot of money being funneled to her. That's going to be a grand conspiracy case. No kings. Where are all the no king signs at? Oh, I was talking with somebody earlier today, and we were, he was asking me how Big Chair was doing and all the hits that are coming. And we were talking about, I was telling him that, I had told him this morning, I said, look, dude, somebody's got to look into these fucking idiots on social media with all of this. You missed and, third time's a charm bullshit. And he was telling me, he goes, dude, we're just limited on resources. And I'm like, dude, I get it. But this shit's out of fucking hand. And we were talking about, I said, how it's a big difference from, George Floyd and the burning down cities. I said, well, at least we're, I guess, mentally stable enough to where we don't go out and do that bullshit. And could you imagine, flip the script for a minute. Could you imagine if people would have said that during Obama? Oh, wait. Yeah, people were getting canceled left and right. And I don't agree with it. I don't care. I don't like their policies. I think it's damaging. But this crazy shit has to stop. And, they need to start pulling out the FCC card. And, the way I look at it, the only way I believe a lot of this is going to get fixed, you start making some serious public examples out of fucking people for going on there and doing this nonsense. Where's the Admiral at? I see the Commandant. See the Air Force. See the Coast Guard. I see Kane. Where's the Admiral? It's that my buddy texted me. A lot of you guys know him. He said, I think I just seen Mike Penny. Mark. Yeah, J6 is there. Is it? Yeah. Oh, I'm telling you, I think, look, like I said, I'll admit it. I'll come on here and say I got fucking duped. I think after July 4th, I think, Trump's speech on July 4th, it's not so much going to be explosive. I think it's going to kind of help some of the idiots who don't understand our history. And, in a sense, I don't blame them. I blame their school systems. I think we have parents have allowed this bullshit to take place because they were too busy making sure that Timmy and Tammy got everything they wanted. Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel is a piece of shit, but you know what? People keep watching him. That's the easiest way. I don't believe in censorship per se. But the easiest way to cancel him is people quit watching him, but there's enough dumbasses out there that, man, I want to see King Charles pull out a vaporizer gun. Yeah, there was some other stuff, too, that happened today that's starting to get some traction. I'm just waiting to see if they try to bring the director of the Secret Service into Congress and try to muddy him up. If I was him, all I'd say is, look, I'm operating on 72, 75 days without funding. So kiss my ass, get off your job and do your job. Yeah, and then I was reading a report that that Iran only has 2 days worth of storage left for oil. My buddy just texted me. He said, "Hey, I think Big Chair has laser weapons now too." Oh, this is gonna be a shit show. I wonder if they're gonna have tea on the podium for him.
Mr. Speaker, Their Majesties King Charles III and Queen Camilla.
Hey, Queen Camilla. Please rip off your mask. Queen Camilla. So I guess he's not, why he's in the States, I guess he's not going to visit his son. from what a buddy of mine who is over at DSS, Diplomatic Security Services. Please rip off a mask. You lizard. Well, when they run out of storage, they have to quit running the pumps because they have nowhere to go. And I guess there's being a deal done right now with UAE. He looked at her and said, "Put your ass in that chair." Fucking Speaker of the House. Man, I don't know how to take him. He said, "Sit down, Ag." Wait, is that the same shit she was wearing yesterday? Did she lose her luggage? Omar's in the crowd. She wearing a fucking burqa? She in a beekeeper outfit? Yeah, where's the no kings? No kings.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
I want to hear him. No kings.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress. And on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time...
Yeah, you fucking devastated. Yeah, we bankrupted your ass, fool.
Aren't you lucky? And for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet, too, in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed. Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a Member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today.
Take them all, please.
As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington, D.C., the capital of this great republic. It is, in fact, my 20th visit to the United States and my first as king and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges. The first president, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America, and please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action. The founding fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 200...
Rebel without a cause. I'm going platinum.
250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day, they declared independence by balancing contending forces and drawing strength into diversity. They united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances. This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast. Not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States. In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally, guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. It is why, it is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords. I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none. The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been.
I wonder if Darth Sidious trusts the plane.
The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom, our shared values prevailed. Today, we find ourselves in a new era, but those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it. Renewal
No kings.
Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defense. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defense spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, my grandfather, King George VI, my great-uncle, Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather, King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was a defining moment for America, and your pain and shock were felt around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder, through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence, and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of US service personnel, defense officials and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom, as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states. We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS.
No kings.
And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavors together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary, resolving disputes, and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our 2 countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world. Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion in annual trade that continues to grow, the $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation, and the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn. Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I am so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries. Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading universities. So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature, our most precious and irreplaceable asset. Millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, Appalachia were one, a single continuous range forged in the ancient collision of continents. The natural wonders of the United States of America are indeed a unique asset, and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political, and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security. The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And and that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God bless the United Kingdom.
King Charles III addressing the United States Congress and other dignitaries on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. The last time I've seen the House floor that packed was the State of the Union address, of course, when President Trump spoke there some few months ago. As you see, the King and the Queen departing the Capitol there, specifically the House floor, then on to two other states, Virginia and New York, prior to their departure on April 30th. Again, this is a 4-day state visit. All
I can think of is Star Wars and Darth Sidious getting up there saying, "Execute order number 66. All right, let me get the EAMs up. No Kings. You know, every time, they have one of those protests, somebody should do like a montage with them out there holding the sign and then doing a clip back with Charles in front of Congress. Classic. It's going good. Yeah, I seen
tell that by the sound of the bagpipes.
Yeah, I did see they indicted Comey.
On the 7th of May, voting in the new Scottish Parliament, 120.
Alright guys, I will be back shortly. I got to run and do an errand real quick, but I will be back probably within 20
So I'm going to go in here and find out how that's going to work.
I am Katrina Burness. I am the Parliamentary and Policy Manager for RNIB Scotland, and we have the alternative to the tactile voting device, which is a card ballot paper overlay.
For those of you who have used a plastic old overlay, you may remember you pulled back your flap and you made your mark, but you were never quite convinced you were lined up with the boxes. This new system in Scotland is a cardboard overlay with the squares cut out to match exactly where you vote. There's also braille numbers and embossed numbers, so you should know who you're voting for.
We've got two samples here at the Scottish Parliament elections. They're voters with two votes, one for the constituency and one for the regional list. We have overlays that have been cut to match the ballot papers for constituency and for regional list. And the sample that we've got of the regional list, it extends to 27 boxes.
Are they custom made then for each vote?
Yes, they can be cut to fit. So if you had 5 candidates for the constituency list, then the overlay would have 5 boxes.
My name is Ken Reid, and I am an aged voter who's done it many times before.
The new overlay, is it better?
I think it is much better. I used the old plastic tactile voting device on a number of occasions, and I used to think it was good. And then I was involved in some research in the discussions that have been going on, and I discovered that most of the time I was probably voting putting my trust outside the box, and it may not have been counted. You hand it back, it then shows which window you've opened. Your privacy has gone. Anybody who looks at that TVD knows who you voted for. In the past, I have actually opened all the windows just so they get fooled.
I thought that was just me did that.
I'm Chris Hycock. I'm the Deputy Returning Officer for the City of Edinburgh Council and Secretary of the Electoral Management Board for Scotland.
Tell me about the new template, because this is the first place in the UK you're going to be testing this out, is that correct?
They've been trialled in a few by-elections in Scotland already, but this is the first major parliamentary election across the whole of the country that they've been used.
So my name's Julie Wright. I work for the elections team, and my role is election trainer. So we come in and we train 850 staff. So the main challenges are making sure that everybody is trained the same way, that everybody treats everybody the same way, that we have all the equipment there and that everyone knows how to use that equipment to be able to support all voters, and that everyone from the polls opening at 7 in the morning until 10 o'clock at night go through the same process. We brought everyone in-house, so everyone comes in to training. We only have around 36 people at each session. We take them through the main things like how to work the register and the proxy lists and how to issue papers, but we have a big section around accessibility, and we get people to practice putting papers on the template, going through the magnifying sheet that we have, the large print ballot papers that we have, and we make sure that people are comfortable.
Back to Ken Reid. It's great to see a new system coming in that will help to make it easier for blind and partially sighted people to vote. It doesn't solve all the problems, but I think it is a great improvement.
Well, we understand, and it's also on the RNIB website, that these upgraded templates will be available in all Scottish polling stations for their parliamentary elections. Many people believe, including the RNIB in its survey, that the nearest we've come to a total solution which guarantees both independence and secrecy is something called the McGonagall Reader, which combines a tactile method of voting for your candidate of choice with audio in the same machine. Well, Duncan Johnson of PacFlat, the company which produced the machine, joins us. Duncan, just explain as succinctly as you can what the McGonagall Reader does and how it can be used independently.
So the McGonagall Reader sits on top of the ballot paper in the traditional sense that the TVDs do. The difference with the McGonagall Reader is that it has a series of tactile buttons which relate to the candidates as they appear on the ballot paper, with a information button at the top of it, which, when pressed, will read out aloud to the user, who will be wearing a pair of headphones so that nobody else can be availed of their information, the instructions for how to mark the ballot paper.
Election of councillors to any town city council. Vote for no more than 3 candidates by putting a cross in the box next to each of your choices.
The candidate buttons then relate individually to each candidate, and you can navigate up and down the buttons and list the candidates as many times in any order that you want to.
Chowdhury Suresh, the Banana Party.
If there's a space where there's a button and there's nobody in the field, then it will announce that there's no candidates, so that they know that they can't mark off the bottom of the ballot paper. There's space as the vertical spaces are on the ballot paper, so that you're using the ballot paper the same as any other ballot paper. When they've found the candidate, they're able to navigate to the right of the device, and there's a series of moulded windows and doors, we call them, which is a hinging door mechanism. When you found the right candidate and you navigate to the right, you can lift the door and fold it back, and you then can press down on the back of the door, and this announces that the candidate again, so that you can confirm that you've actually opened the right candidate as you had intended. Yeah. What it also does is it reveals the marking space that was underneath that door, and this aligns perfectly on the ballot paper, so that when you use your pencil, you can mark for the candidate, and you are not marking outside of the marking box on the ballot paper, and therefore spoiling your ballot.
So the key is you're doing this all for yourself. The question is, though, how widespread is take-up? I mean, it was used, I think, in about half a dozen towns and cities in the 2024 general election. What about this time?
We've got 54 authorities who have the device currently, of which 39 are currently using it for this May's elections.
But of course, it's not just about adopting it, it's about people being able to use it and know how to use it on the day. How easily can it be used? Won't blind people have to have had the opportunity to try it out before the big night?
I was at an event about a month back, and a lady came in who had never experienced the McGonagall reader before, and it took her 2 minutes from start to finish to be able to use it competently. She was pretty amazed. For most people, it's a simple process of finding the buttons and pressing them, and once they've found the button and know where to feel for, then it becomes instinctive then.
Well, in the meantime, a lot of us will still simply turn up at our local polling stations, either with a trusted companion or relying on help from polling station officers. Jackie Colleen is Director of Election Administration and Regulation at the Electoral Commission, which oversees voting in the UK. Jackie, just explain what help we are entitled to if we do just turn up on the day.
Thanks, Peter. So everyone in the UK who is eligible to vote has a legal right to vote independently and in secret at elections. They have a right to be assisted in casting their vote in a polling station on the day, and returning officers and all of the electoral teams that they employ to deliver the elections have obligations to ensure that that happens. So there's a set of guidance that we provide, and this has been updated in advance of these elections to make sure that well in advance of polling day, all polling station staff are trained, so they know their obligations, they know how to support all voters who come to the polling station, and they have material on the day that can help them check any decisions that they need to make in the circumstances.
So how should it be that, that all polling station staff will know the rules? At the recent Gorton and Denton by-election, the issue was raised of what's become known as family voting, i.e., where people go into the polling booth who could be influencing the way their companions vote. Now, I think the Electoral Commission concluded there was no concrete evidence that this was happening, but will this not put doubts in some officials' minds when visually impaired people quite legitimately go along and want someone to accompany them to assist with voting?
The law is really clear that companions are a lawful and useful way for blind and partially sighted voters. We are really also very clear in our guidance and all of the information to all electoral services staff that this is the case. They do have to complete a declaration when they go into the polling station, you'll know, Peter, to say that they're being accompanied by a companion to assist them in conducting their vote, and that is completely within the law, completely permissible, and all polling station staff will have been trained in advance to that effect. And we also have updated the information we provide to accredited observers so that they understand that this is a legitimate this is a legitimate way for people to be assisted.
And in fact, people who are there overseeing things, they can assist, can't they? Because I have to tell you that for all your assurances that people get a lot of training, I've been stopped a couple of times by staff who just didn't know that I had a right to go in with someone.
Well, we do our best to try and make sure that everyone has got the information that they need. And it's also in something called a polling station handbook, which will be in every single polling station.
You've heard in this programme about a lot of the things that are being done to try to make it possible to get Rachel Andrews' wish of having a totally independent vote. How close to that do you think we are, and what needs to be done, and how long is it going to take?
In the post-poll report for the 2024 general election, we still found that disabled voters in particular, their expectations fell some way behind non-disabled voters. So we think there is still progress that needs to be made. We've updated our statutory guidance. That's increased, we hope, the clarity and also the things that we are asking election staff to think about. So some of that has been about trying to improve the advanced planning and the advanced communication to all voters so that no one turns up on the day and, has something that's surprising in an unpleasant way.
Can I just ask you quickly, there are some new rules, and in particular, in some elections, you are now required to provide ID. Can you just explain that and remind us what forms of ID are acceptable in this situation?
The only elections where voters are required to provide ID are the local elections in England. Acceptable forms of ID can include, for example, your passport, a driving licence including a provisional licence, a blue badge, an identity card with what's known as a proof of age standard scheme on it, certain travel cards, a veteran's card. So there's a wide range of acceptable registered official ID that can be used, even if it's expired, so long as you are still recognisable from that ID. But you don't need ID if you are voting in Scotland for the Scottish Parliament or in Wales for the Senate.
Let me just go back finally to Rachel Andrews. 7 years on from your groundbreaking court case, how far do you think that we've come, and how much further do we have to go?
I think we've come a long way. For example, Duncan and the wonderful McGonagall reader, I'm a big fan of that. It's almost 99% there. The only thing that doesn't do is actually confirm that you've made a mark. Sometimes you can
get a pen that doesn't work. You can be given the pencil the wrong way up. I was in the referendum, was given it the wrong way up and didn't know that I hadn't actually made a mark. So that visual checking, that final thing, yes, I have made this mark. Not where have I made it, because the McGonagall leader does solve that. It's have I made it is not there yet. So I think we've come a long way, but we have a further way to go. And the issue for me is that when it comes to devices, one size does not fit all. So I think we need a multiple way of voting. We need the idea of a proxy vote or a postal vote or a companion vote or a tactile voting device or an audio voting device for people who want to remain using those things. And also perhaps, and I know that I'm going to get looks and shouted down online about this, but we need to think about digital and telephone voting as well.
Which happens in, I think, in Australia, New Zealand, digital voting does take place. All right, well, we have to ask you, not who you're voting for, but how will you be casting your vote?
McGonagall leader, all the way.
Okay. Rachel Andrews, Jackie Colleen, Duncan Johnson, thank you all very much indeed. And we'd like to hear about your own voting experiences, good or bad, in the week to come.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz longwave. The BBC will end broadcasts of Radio 4 on longwave later this year, but you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is also available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, or via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 9 o'clock. In the past half hour, the King has used an address to the US Congress to urge America to continue to defend the values it shares with Britain. His speech, which followed a meeting with President Trump at the White House, comes at a time of strained relations over the Iran war. The King said the transatlantic alliance was needed more than ever.
That alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been.
MPs have rejected an attempt by opposition parties to investigate Sir Keir Starmer over claims that he misled Parliament about the vetting of Lord Mandelson. The Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch had said it was very obvious Sir Keir had told the Commons things that were not correct. Downing Street accused the Tories of a desperate political stunt the week before key elections in Scotland, Wales and parts of England. The United Arab Emirates says it plans to leave the OPEC group of major oil-producing nations after nearly 6 decades of membership. Its energy minister said the move would give the UAE more flexibility to meet growing global energy demands. Police in Greece have arrested an 89-year-old man after 5 people were injured in 2 separate gun attacks. The suspect allegedly opened fire in the centre of Athens, where local media reported he left behind letters complaining about not being able to get a pension. He was detained 130 miles away after a 6-hour manhunt. Mountaineers in Nepal have cleared a route past a huge chunk of ice on Mount Everest that's blocked climbers from moving up past base camp. The 2-week delay has fueled fears that climbers may have to queue again this year to reach the summit of the world's highest mountain. BBC News.
Later this hour in Great Lives, the writer and podcaster Coco Khan nominates the little-known but formidable Edith Garrett, a woman who turned Edwardian expectations on their head. She was a jiu-jitsu fighting suffragette, a pioneer of suffragitsu, who taught women Japanese martial arts so they could defend themselves from arrest. You can grapple with that at 9:30. First on Radio 4, it's time for Crossing Continents. Chris Bowlby looks at why petrol cars are becoming a new battleground for Europe's populist parties. In In Zwickau in eastern Germany, the main museum is devoted to the town's driving force. Each new generation of local children is introduced to this place's proud history of motor manufacturing. Before the Second World War, it was the birthplace of Audi, making the beautiful, highly polished saloons we can see here, and some of the world's fastest sports cars. After the war, history imposed a grating handbrake turn. Zwickau became part of communist East Germany, producing the Trabant car, or Trabi, a byword for smelly two-stroke engines and Western jokes about Eastern motoring backwardness. There were some Trabi enthusiasts who defiantly raced their cars at Monte Carlo. Oder sogar der Rallye Monte Carlo. And then came 1989, the fall of the wall, the end of communism.
Huge cheer goes up as the first of the East Berliners come across to the west.
I had family here and visited Zwickau soon afterwards. The most immediately visible change was new petrol stations. My relatives still drove a Trabi, but were constantly overtaken by hundreds of second-hand Western cars, swiftly imported as German road reunification raced ahead. Hopes of a bright new era soared as Volkswagen arrived to build a state-of-the-art new car factory here, followed a couple of decades later by the promise of an even better future in the electric motoring era.
Froh sagen, dass Zwickau ein Eckpfeiler der deutschen Automobiltradition ist, aber eben auch
German Chancellor Angela Merkel, no less, visited Zwickau's VW factory as it converted from petrol to electric car production. It was part, she said, of a Mobilitätswende, a big change in mobility, a conscious echo of what people called the political Wende, or change, of 1989.
Die Mobilitätswende verlangt allen strukturell sehr viel ab.
Zwickau's Motor Museum duly marked this change, says curator Andre Meyer, presenting it as the latest chapter in the town's manufacturing progress.
This is one of the prototypes from Zwickau, and it's from 2018. And then 2 years later, in 2020, serial production would start, and it would ban the combustion engine from Zwickau entirely, which has had shaped production here for more than a century.
But this is where the story suddenly takes on new drama, with massive importance for contemporary Europe. This conversion to electric cars, phasing out the petrol combustion engine, is proving hugely controversial today across the continent. Many in Zwickau worry they can't compete in the electric era. Andre Meyer says the future of motor manufacturing here is now full of doubt.
No one knows. As a museum, we're dealing with a history. We're not saying it's going to be the future.
But you are wondering whether that history might be coming to an end.
We are wondering.
The fear now is that in an electromobility future dominated by China, Zwickau's motor industry may not survive. And that kind of fear is creating a potentially new driving force in European politics, hostility towards green policies and defence of the petrol-fuelled car. You can sense Zwickau's political tensions here in the main square in front of the town hall. It's a Monday evening. Most citizens are catching trams to go home from work or stopping for a chat. But at one end of the square, a meeting celebrating international women's rights is packing up. At the other end, a very different group's preparing for its small but regular Monday demonstrations. They've got flags, drums and loudspeakers. They're proclaiming friendship with Russia, demanding the resignation of the national government and promising what they call the maintenance of our traditions. Several police cars are positioned nervously nearby. This kind of demonstration has threatened at times to drum dream campaigners out of local politics.
The biggest hope for me, it was like, we are 1,000 people in the city. I'm not alone as a progressive young guy in cities like Zwickau.
Green politics has historically been strong in Germany, with Greens joining coalition governments in Berlin. And you might have thought that a place where the main source of employment is producing electric cars would be full of green enthusiasts. But
His dad works at the VW factory, and he, as a teenager, helped found a group called Fridays for Future, campaigning on climate change. Still only in his early 20s, he's become well known across Germany for his warnings about where politics is heading. He soon found climate change campaigning in Zwickau met sharp local hostility.
Yeah, neo-Nazis and also other far-right people was doing demonstrations against our climate demonstrations in Zwickau. They posted my face in social media, and neo-Nazis standing in front of our house.
Threatening?
Yes, a very big feeling of fear for a lot of young people.
Some of these threats came from neo-Nazis based in Zwickau, with one member shockingly found guilty in 2018 of the murder of migrants into Germany. Posters were put up with the slogan, "Hang the Greens." All this left campaigners feeling intimidated.
People think 10 times if they want to be a candidate for the elections in Zwickau for the Green Party, because the people know if they want to do it, it brings a lot of stress, threatening and all of that stuff.
The neo-Nazis are a small, if very alarming, minority lurking in the Zwickau background. But anti-green feeling is now part of a much broader political trend among German parties, including the populists of the AfD or Alternative für Deutschland party. It's had some surprising recruits. How old is this cello?
This is from 1679.
And is it one of the famous manufacturers?
It's from Cremona, yeah.
Cremona, yeah. In an elegant, high-ceilinged flat in Leipzig, a city famous for its music, I'm being shown a vintage cello by Matthias Morsdorf. He was a leading local chamber musician until, that is, he decided to go into politics.
I joined the party in 2016, and in the beginning I thought it would be possible to do a few hours a day in politics, and of course I could play concerts still. But then the atmosphere in the society changed. After each concert, or sometimes before the concerts, there were people outside of the halls and waiting for me and screaming, and it was a terrible situation.
Big protest against you.
Big protest against me.
There were protests because the party he joined was the AfD, described by Germany's constitutional authorities last year as right-wing extremist. That view was largely based on the party's attitudes towards migrants. It's now increasingly focused on opposing net zero. Mr. Morsdorf, who became an AfD MP representing Zwickau in the German parliament, talks about the German economy needing reindustrialization. He wants it to be powered by fossil fuels and nuclear energy, mistakenly abandoned, he says, by Angela Merkel's government.
It was our decision under Angela Merkel to cut off all the nuclear power plants. And it was one of the biggest mistakes for deindustrialization that we now focus.
I think I saw you quoted as saying not just a political mistake, a crime against the German people.
I would say it was a crime against the German people.
And isn't this exaggerated language?
Oh, no. It's just describing reality.
Can we have a healthy political debate if people are accusing each other of crimes?
If we debate with the words, it's just one thing. On the other hand, you have people, they are facing all the problems that they got from the kind of politics. They pay energy prices, they lose prosperity, they lose income for the kids. We start a debate with the politics, but we don't get any answer.
Many regret the use of the harsh language of crime to heat up the debate, but it still resonates in a country deeply worried about the future of high-quality jobs, once the mainstay of German prosperity. The debate's happening everywhere in Zwickau, including among those at the huge Volkswagen factory, now making only electric cars.
Exactly. I was really happy. I always say when I tell someone that was my lottery win.
Lottogewinn gewesen. Peter Springfeldt is about to retire from VW. He still remembers vividly the joy he felt in the early 1990s when he got one of the prized jobs at Zwickau's new car factory. He showed me old photos of the production line.
Genau, da war gerade ein großer Umbau gewesen.
But as production shifted to electric vehicles a little under a decade ago, he and his colleagues began to have doubts about the quality and overall appeal of electric cars, especially to those who see themselves as lovers of the internal combustion engine. What do the cars look like? The cars don't look nice. And inside there's just a small display here and there. There was also a problem, especially with the Volkswagen cars. There were problems with the software. But with the Chinese cars, they seem to work better somehow. An early sense then that these new cars would lack appeal and that Chinese competition might completely undermine that electric change promoted by Angela Merkel. Peter son Jakob, the climate change campaigner, has watched how the AfD has exploited this anxiety among the workforce, challenging the power of traditional trade unions. And that, he says, also raises painful questions for Green campaigners for losing touch with working people.
The AfD becomes more and more a party for the workers. A lot of Democratic Party people don't go in the factories and speak with the people, and we speak over the people and a lot of time not with the people.
It sounds from what you're saying as if you've been through personal experiences since you got involved in politics that have made you rethink a lot of your views.
Of course. I don't want to make politics only for my own bubble.
There's been a lot of focus on the idea of petrol cars and the idea that it will be illegal to own a petrol car is the claim that's made. Do you think this is a big issue?
Especially in Zwickau, the people see the cars as a symbol of freedom, and now it becomes a sign for economic wealth and good living in Zwickau.
For us, it is a question of freedom.
Local AfD MP Matthias Moorsdorf is also alert to cars' symbolic power.
We don't like Brussels with all the law restrictions and...
Brussels, the EU.
Is the EU, yes, of course.
So the car is a powerful symbol, you think? The petrol car?
The petrol car, every kind of car is a symbol. If we had the infrastructure like in China, of course, maybe people would think different.
So there was a lot of new infrastructure after 1989 in eastern Germany, but it was before the electric revolution. So you're now talking about a whole new phase of infrastructure to make the electric revolution work.
In Germany, every electric car is a car that works with coal in reality, because our power is coming not from gas plants, not from nuclear power plants. They are coming from old coal plants. So it's a fake.
German power generation from coal has been as high as a third of output a few years ago, but has recently declined. The AfD now tries to sell itself as a new version of the 1989 revolutionaries. Brussels' leading net zero change is likened to the old communist hierarchy, with so-called climate dictators denying the population freedom and mobility. For many in his community, says Peter Springfeldt, voting is shaped most by gut reaction to what's seen as change imposed by distant elites.
A lot of people say that they want to be left in peace. They don't want to be told by them up there what sort of car to drive, what heating system to install. They want to decide everything for themselves.
Das will ich alles selber machen. Zwickau, a town I first visited when it was part of communist East Germany, has improved hugely in many ways. Buildings have been restored, there's been much new investment. The generations who came of age after 1989 have welcomed new opportunities. So we're here in a car park near the centre of Zwickau with the town's mayor, Constance Arndt, and you're showing us your official car. What sort of a car is this?
This is my company car, and I drive it everywhere, every day.
And it's an electric car. Was it made nearby here in the VW factory?
Natürlich.
Yeah.
Made in Zwickau. Wir haben auch hier ganz moderne Gebäude von unserer Hochschule.
Modern buildings from the main academic establishment. Constance Arndt was born in the communist GDR. After a career in fashion sales, she became the enterprising mayor of Zwickau, representing a local citizens group keen to shape its future.
Ich war schon immer ein politisch interessierter Mensch. I've always been a politically interested person. In my job as branch manager here for the fashion business, I was part of the city centre, and of course, in this context, I was also more interested in topics such as city development, retail locations, parking fees. And that just always bothered me when others decided about things that concerned me.
She too hasn't escaped the growing polarisation and rancour, needing personal protection after an anonymous death threat. She sees one of her key roles as trying to hold things together as the town faces necessary change.
You have to be able to develop a city, to develop society. And of course, you always have to do it in such a way that everybody who lives in the city feels accepted. But we must not stop modernising our city or modernising society.
Are women better at understanding this future? Is it men who cling more to the idea of the petrol car, the old-style motoring?
Is this primarily a male discussion? Definitely yes. Men have a completely different relationship with their cars. I really like driving my electric car. It really suits me. But I think women are a bit more pragmatic when it comes to this kind of car, as in the first place, it's a way of getting from A to B.
Constance Arndt has seen a compelling vision of this attractive electric mobility future, but in her travels to China, not locally in Germany, that, she believes, has frightening implications for Zwickau.
The Chinese are much, much further on. They are very clever. And if we don't stick to this, then in 10 years there will be no German or European car industry. Then we'll buy, just as we buy phones that are made in Asia, also cars that are produced in Asia.
That's extraordinary what you're saying. You worry that in 10 years' time it's possible there could be no German car industry if we carry on like this.
That's not what I'm hoping for, but I was in Shanghai in China in 2024 and I just saw what was going on the streets there. And we all know how it was in the textile industry, household appliances, entertainment technology. There are no relevant European manufacturers anymore.
And for a town like Zwickau, a motor town with a history going back over a century, that must be especially worrying.
Certainly, if we no longer have the car industry here, then a large part of our regional economy will collapse for us. People are fearful about what they're losing and believe if we continue to make petrol cars, we can stop this process.
That fear of manufacturing collapse in a place like Zwickau shows how the future of the car is growing in political prominence. If you want to know why this might matter so much politically, there's a striking European example not far from Zwickau in the Czech Republic. We're heading now for a place where motor politics is already much more advanced. Ever since the end of communist rule in what was Czechoslovakia, the roads have become much busier. At the junction in Prague, there are cars, vans, tourist buses, banking trams competing for space. And I can also see a cycle lane introduced by the city authorities a few years ago. And that prompted one ambitious politician to attack what he called green fanatics, campaign for the abolition of cycle lanes, and encourage all non-drivers to use the metro. That movement swiftly became a political party called Motorists for Themselves, which now has 3 ministers in the Czech national government. The party's figurehead is Philip Turek, a lover of fast British cars and eye-catching controversial appearances on social media. They may have won only just under 7% of the national vote, but thanks to the coalition needs of Prime Minister Andrej Babiš, the motorists now wield governmental power. Journalist Markéta Bubinová has watched their rise.
We are in the time of the social media, so let's find some influencer who is big in the motorist world. So they found Philip Turek.
And he'd made his reputation as an influencer talking about fast cars, that kind of thing.
Exactly, I am a car racer. I really had a lot of people on Instagram. Motorists had a lot of younger voters, and that was actually a surprise.
Such parties like to see themselves as disruptors, and the motorists prompted a constitutional row recently when the Czech president refused to accept Philip Turek as environment minister,
due to social media pronouncements and behaviour seen as xenophobic and unacceptable. Turek called the allegations absurd. He's now an outspoken advisor to the ministry.
The good condition of the European automotive industry is an economic priority for us. It employs hundreds of thousands of people in the Czech Republic.
Meanwhile, party chairman Petr Matsinka, who's Czech foreign minister, has been defending petrol cars against what he sees as an EU plot to force their abolition.
The current Czech government is categorically opposed to regulations that would effectively end the sale of new vehicles with combustion engines. The Czech Republic...
That kind of policy, says Markéta Bubinová, plays especially well with young men.
I think it is well about that what is happening in the world, what we see as well in the United States, that the young men are kind of like afraid that they are losing their world,
What's it like dealing with them as a journalist?
It is very difficult. They have their own platforms. Unfortunately, they don't need us anymore.
That's certainly what we found. Our repeated requests...
Alright, I made it back. Is anybody still here?
Eventually, only Mr. Matsinka could answer such questions, and he was too busy. We headed out in search of motorist supporters. They're great, said one man, but hurried away from our microphone and wouldn't talk. Others seemed less keen, but acknowledged the party's impact.
Were you surprised they did well, got into the government? Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I wasn't expecting them to be in a parliament, but yeah. Who votes them? Do you know people who vote for them? Actually, I do, and I was pretty sad about it.
Did you discuss it with them? What did they say?
Yeah.
What did they say?
They just thought they might be like saviors from European ideology or something.
Do you think the focus on things like keeping petrol cars, not having electric cars, can be popular?
Well, for some people, yes, maybe. Yeah.
Do you know people who voted for them?
A lot of people seriously considered it as an option to, let's say, old politics, thinking that they are some kind of a new wave or something.
The Motorist Party did best among younger urban men and also rural, heavily car-dependent voters, warming to party slogans such as "Motoring is an ideology of normal life." Green campaigners are now discussing what all this means. In a room near a cafe in Prague's Charles University, student climate change activists discuss how to respond to the motorists' challenge.
When you read the program of motorists, it's really easy to fall for it.
A lot of people do seem to be
Alrighty.
They might be told they have to give up.
Had to run out and do a couple things here. What's the matter, Miss Panda? So, while I was driving, I was getting text messages out the ass from a couple guys in Minnesota. And it looks like search warrants have now turned into a shitload of arrest warrants. Get ready. I was given a few names, but I was asked not to say shit till the names become public. So I'm gonna check our federal thing that we use to communicate to see if anything. I want to see the 302s. That's what I want to see. Now, I'm going to go on the record with this one. So, 0428 or 1627 cola for the notebook. So I asked about the second Jim Comey indictment and she's going nuts because I came back. But she's pissed off I didn't take her with me. But I was told several months ago that after the 8647, that wasn't what it was meant to be for. It was a signal to the 7th floor that he was ready to come in and testify. And that he has been cooperating under advisement of his legal counsel, and the way they're covering this up is through indictments. So take that for what you want, whether you believe it, don't believe it, give two shits. But that is my understanding, was the 8746 was a message to the 7th floor that he wants to come in and talk. So let's see. I think I've seen you guys talking about food in here. I think I'm gonna have make a couple chili cheese dogs and some damn Spanish rice. And tomorrow, I think I'm going to eat me a shit ton of liver and onions. I love liver and onions. Every time, well, Mom will make it because she knows how to make it the best. I send a picture of it to my sister and she about gags. That's cool. We've had some new subscribers since I left. I got I think in order to live stream on TikTok, I think I have to have 500 the way I was reading it. So I might start putting some shorts or whatever up there to get the viewership over there. Let's look. I want to look at the damn. Let's look at the planes. And what of aircraft they have up over Minnesota. Minnesota. Oh, I didn't want that one. I want the U.S. I think that's only if you eat it raw. They consider that pate. Shit's so damn good. I could eat that stuff, and it's funny because I don't feed Panda dog food, cook for. And last week was the first time she had liver. Man, she destroyed that shit. She absolutely nailed it. Uh, 302s, basically what that is that is all the notes, any witness statements, that they use to build a case. They call them SF-302, which is standard form 302s. And so it's the investigatorial process that is done prior to them like going for an arrest warrant. The 302s are submitted to the courts or to the GJ. Yeah, see, here's this Cobra Ball Combat Sentinel. Let's okay, so it took off from Nebraska, went up, flew over Minneapolis. Alright, now this is just pure speculation. So they send this Combat Sentinel out, which has massive amount of intelligence gathering equipment. So it leaves Offutt Airfield, Sioux City, goes to Minneapolis. Now these aren't landings, these are flight paths. Comes back down around, okay, and then swings by Dearborn, Grand Rapids, Dearborn, Michigan area. I could be spitballing, but where are all of our major issues at? Dearborn, Michigan, Minneapolis. Look, like I said, when I was driving, I was getting text messages from civilian people and from feds that saying there are a shitload of arrests happening right now, and that's all they would say. And who knows, maybe that conversation, and I'd love for him to tell me the full conversation that happened in the Beast, but I know I'll never get it out of him. It's like the second time he's thrown his badge down. Yeah, see, here's another one. Now, like I said, this could be because I think we're about ready to do some serious ground and pounding. So, takes off from Offutt Airfield, goes up to North Dakota, comes back down. Now, we do have some serious hate up in this area. So they could be transmitting messages from this plane to satellite ground-based stations. So it's a little bit harder to intercept the traffic. Look, just look at, here's another thing I want to point out. Look down here near Cuba. We're flying awfully fucking close. Right? And we got this P-8 sub hunter. Went over, took off from Jacksonville, which is probably the home base for this P-8. Comes down around the Horn near Havana. Starts doing all of his And now he's doing this zigzag mode in between Cuba and Haiti. So my guess is SOSUS warning nets, which are hydrophones, basically microphones in the ocean that detect anomalies such as propeller spinning, bubbles, that oxygen that forms bubbles and then burst. It gives off a unique signature. So that was probably detected down there, and they sent one of these planes down to get a better look. Drop a shitload of sono buoys. Yeah, I have a feeling this is about to get real dicey, because we're about 3 hours out from the 72-hour window that I told you guys after all those EAMs started to go off, that normally 48 to 72 hours we start seeing the results of those EAMs. Now, another scenario is with these QRFs, okay? It is very, very possible, unlikely, but possible, because anybody tells you anything's not possible, they're full of shit. They're kidding themselves. Yeah, Jason, mostly, yeah. Yeah, there's equipment differences in those planes and what exactly they can be used for. Let's see what we got going on down in Fort Huachuca. So this P8, it's flying probably NAS Bangor, Washington. That's probably where that's coming out of. And they're probably going up. They're going to go up and they're probably going to scope this Canadian area. Looking for... Now, I'll just go on record. I won't be like some other people that report that they know we have subs off here. Number one, those people have never been in a submarine. They don't know how shit happens. There are submarines from foreign countries off these coasts all the time. We do the exact same shit. Okay? But this could be normal training. This could be numerous number of things. But with seeing all of these hunters out and about, was seeing all of these bandits, call sign bandits, right above Havana. My guess, and this is pure speculation, something is getting ready to happen down here in Cuba, and Russia or China knows it, and they have somebody patrolling. And it could be a surface vessel just as much. Now, if you start seeing Chinooks or Helos start going out into the drink, it's probably a boarding crew. Yeah, I just drove by a gas station. Ours is up to like $4.49 a gallon. So ours jumped up like 50 cents overnight. But here's the thing too. That shit don't bother me because I don't drive that much. I drive very little. I have a hard time driving just because of the injuries. Mm-hmm. You say up in Bangor? All I could think about. Yeah, see, it's almost like, now that, like I said, this could be calibration. But that pattern right there almost is like they're looking for something. Or, and I'll tell you this, it could be one of our boys out here, because these guys in these planes don't know where our shit's at. And they do that, one, for operational security, but two, to test their readiness, to see if they can detect our own guys. Because trust me, I was a victim of that once. We were somewhere and our own guys were fucking trying to find us, and they didn't know it was us. Oh yeah, up in Maine, yeah, there's a lot of shit. A lot of shit up in Maine too. I went to POW camp up in Winter Harbor. Fucking put you in bamboo cages, have MSs that were mostly Filipino coming out and saying, "Mak bang, mak bang." All I could think of the whole time I was driving was Prince Charles, or King Charles, Prince Charles, if you're watching Lookner. King Charles's Dark City is saying, "Execute order number 66. Does anybody know if the King's going to Canada? I know he was like spending. Oh yeah, yeah. There's a lot of agents in Minnesota. I seen some FBI planes flying in there about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So they had warrants in hand and a shitload of agents to go with it. Good. Hey, you know what? Look, this is the way I look at it. If it was you or I, we'd be fucked. They'd throw us in the bottom, especially guys like me. They'd throw us in. We'd be lucky if we get a fucking trial. Show you how my pimp hand is strong. Had to tell my mother all. Yeah, and it almost seemed like he was taking pot shots at the Prime Minister, unless I took that wrong. Omaha, Nebraska rivet joint. Yeah, I think that was one of, yeah, the Cobra 36. I think that was one of the ones we were looking at. You got Top Cat and this other. There's the rivet. And there's the Constant. Phoenix. My mother's a hot mess. Yeah, I was seeing another one of Jason's favorite YouTubers was getting ready to do a broadcast on Rumble about the deep state is in panic. 5 years ago, the deep state didn't exist. That's what he was telling his viewers. Yeah, Top Cat 38. I'm telling you. And I'll go down swinging on this one. Because I know it's coming. I feel it. I don't know for a fact. But when this starts to shake, this shit is going to be like a fat guy eating cake. It's like 700 pounds. That fucker ain't going to quit shaking for a minute. Because it's going to come all at once and people's minds are going to explode. And the news media is going to explode. And they're going to come out with the narrative that this is all, Trump trying to be king. And yeah. It's Canadian. They're pained out there sitting at my door barking, and the door opens and she just stands there and looks like, what are you doing? Alrighty. Let's go back to the normal broadcast. Well, let's look at this. Let's look at King didn't have shit to say. Yeah, you're right. Their mind's already made up no matter what, Doc. This dude could come out and cure and say he's got the cure for Oh, speaking of craziness, did you guys see what the Russians said about cancer? I think it wasn't Medvedev. It was Putin's chief of staff saying basically they have the cure for cancer and they got it from a fucking alien spacecraft. I shit you not. That's what he said. I was like, what the fuck? That's Panda, if you guys are wondering. I think she probably just ate, because every time she eats, I have this, in this room that I'm in, I have this huge South Korean silk blanket, and she absolutely loves. Yep, AG Todd Blanche said he's getting up to 20 years now, or is pacing up to 20 years now. I will tell you that there is somebody in my orbit that had went to Gitmo to pick somebody up and to bring somebody back to the Northern District office, and allegedly he's seen Comey down there in a cage. Just throwing that out there. Wasn't there, I can't prove it. What's the matter, Miss Panda? Oh, you're such a big baby. Yeah. Cyprus? What? I think maybe her boyfriend may be walking around somewhere and she smells him or hears him. These two are worse than kids. One sees the other, like she'll go and she'll sit up in one of the windows and look over towards his house, and whenever they see each other, they go batshit crazy. Come on, buddy. Alright, give me a minute and I'll take you for a walk. Yeah. This, telling you, this shit's gonna get fucking nuts. Alright, let me, I guess I gotta take the boss.
As I say, the flashpoint of her
and sip up.
kind of concentrated around the years before the First World War. She certainly is still teaching, and we know that she's advertising in newspapers as come to her dojo for jiu-jitsu for self-defense for ladies and children against hooligans, for example, and ruffians on the street, and offering demonstrations around domestic violence. So her wider activism in terms of women's space, visibility, agency, physical prowess is carrying on. But yes, I'm not aware that she's involved in suffrage demonstrations after the First World War.
Here is something remarkable. In 1965, on her 94th birthday, Edith performed a wrist lock on a journalist
during an interview for Woman magazine. Have you got the photograph?
I mean, it's an amazing photo.
Yes.
She's beamingly beaming. The journalist looks like he's in real pain.
Yes, he's...
that is truly suffering for your art for that journalist there. I'm not sure I'd be sent on such an assignment.
He's not comfortable, is he? He's not comfortable physically, but I feel also morally he feels a little humiliated by the...
Yeah, I mean, she is 94 years old,
Yes,
and
I
he's
know.
getting owned. So that is... tough day.
Edith Garrett died in 1971 at the age of 99. Coco, has our discussion in any way changed the way you see her?
I mean, all it's done is deepen my love of her and make me feel sad that we don't know more of her. I mean, what an incredible life, not only just in terms of cause, a brilliant cause, and a great thing to dedicate one's life to, but, you know, I've always been partial for a bit of spectacle, and she delivers it. I genuinely hope, if any of your listeners are commissioners, I think this is going to be a hit, guys.
Absolutely.
Just think about it.
Yeah.
Do you have some her that she wrote an article
for
Vote for Women in 1910, and she was talking about jiu-jitsu, and she said, in this art, all are equal, little or big, heavy or light, strong or weak. It is science and agility that win the victory. Is this not a forecast of the future? Science, quickness, vitality, and brains are sure to equal to brute strength in politics as well as in fights.
My thanks to Naomi Paxton and to you, Coco Khan, for championing the great life of Edith Garrett. Goodbye.
Great Lives is presented by Matthew Paris and produced by Hannah Hufford. The World Tonight is next, but first a look at the weather forecast. Tonight, much of the UK will stay clear, though northeast England and east Scotland will have some fog formation during the early hours. Parts of Cornwall and Devon could also see some cloud and a remote chance of some rain once dawn. Southern parts of England and Wales will be windy, especially on Channel coasts. Tomorrow, most of the UK will stay sunny and warm once any fog lifts. Far southwest England and the Channel Isles will see some patchy cloud with a chance of a few showers. England and Wales will become windier, particularly on the coast hills. Meanwhile, on Thursday, it'll continue widely sunny, but the extreme southwest of England and Northern Ireland have a chance of some rain during the afternoon. This is BBC Radio 4 on 92 to 95 FM on BBC Sounds and on your smart speaker.
It's 10 o'clock. Good evening. Welcome to The World Tonight with James Kamarasamy.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
The King has delivered a historic address to the U.S. Congress as he tries to heal the hurt in the transatlantic relationship.
We can perhaps agree that we do not always agree. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it.
He made explicit references to some areas of disagreement between the two countries, including on NATO and Ukraine. We hear reaction from a Republican congressman. Prime Minister has avoided a parliamentary investigation into what he told MPs about Lord Mandelson's appointment after his former Chief of Staff publicly took the blame for that decision.
The appointment of Mandelson as ambassador was a serious error of judgment. I advised the Prime Minister in support of that appointment, and I was wrong to do so.
And later in the programme,
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday.
with jet fuel shortages continuing, when should you book your summer holiday? That's all after the BBC News, read tonight by Tom Sanders.
The King has stressed the importance of the transatlantic alliance in an historic address to the US Congress. He's only the second British monarch to speak at a joint meeting of both houses, following in the footsteps of his mother. His state visit to America comes at a time of strained relations with the UK over the Iran war. From Washington, here's our North America correspondent, Shaima Khalil.
There were cheers, applause, standing ovations, and treatment made clear as the King delivered his historic address to Congress. In a speech rich with history, the King reflected on more than 2 centuries of shared ties between the United States and the United Kingdom, calling it a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. He struck a serious note, pointing to a world facing conflict and uncertainty. One of many standing ovations the monarch received was when he acknowledged the attack on Saturday night, when an alleged gunman attempted to storm a ballroom where President Trump was attending a media gala.
saying such acts of violence never succeed. The King's speech comes at a tense moment in US-UK relations. He warned that the unique alliance between Britain and America cannot rest on past achievements, urging both nations to renew what he called an indispensable partnership built on shared values, security, and cooperation in an increasingly volatile world.
Speaking this afternoon before a meeting with the King at the White House, President Trump said that Americans have had no closer friends than the British. He heaped further praise on the King, who he called a very elegant man. Mr. Trump also revealed more about his own mother's fondness for the royal family, saying she had a crush on young Charles. The Foreign Office has distanced itself from remarks by the UK's ambassador to the US, in which he said America's only special relationship was with Israel. Sir Christian Turner was recorded making the comments in February. Officials say they are certainly not any reflection of the government's position. Our North America editor Sarah Smith has more.
When it is your job to make sure that the royal visit runs smoothly, it's disastrous if it's your own remarks that hit the headlines and potentially threaten to derail the occasion. But that's what happened to Sir Christian Turner, His Majesty's Ambassador to the United States of America. A recording of comments he made to British students visiting Washington in February, not long after he replaced Lord Mandelson, has been obtained by the Financial Times. He says he tries not to use the phrase special relationship as it is quite backward-looking, and that he thinks there is probably one country that does have a special relationship with the US, and that's Israel. This is particularly awkward, as the primary purpose of the King's visit is to try to bolster the alliance between Britain and America, at a time when relations between Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer are at a very low ebb.
MPs have rejected an attempt by opposition parties to investigate Sir Keir Starmer over claims that he misled Parliament about the vetting of Lord Mandelson. The Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch wanted the Privileges Committee to assess whether the Prime Minister had misled Parliament when he claimed due process had been followed in appointing the peer as ambassador to the United States. Sir Keir had denounced the motion as a political stunt. Here's our political correspondent Ian Watson.
The result wasn't in doubt. Government whips ordered Labour MPs to vote down the motion. The Prime Minister had accused the Conservatives of a stunt, but 15 of his own MPs, on the left of his party, voted with the opposition. One of them, Emma Lewis, suggested that her colleagues would be accused of being complicit in a cover-up unless they did so. More than 50 Labour MPs didn't cast a vote at all, though not all of these would have been active abstentions. Following the vote, the Shadow Minister, Alex Burkhardt, told the BBC that cracks had begun to show in the Labour Party. The Welsh Secretary, Joe Stevens, said the Parliamentary Party was very much behind Sir Keir. One senior Labour politician, who's generally supportive of the Prime Minister, told me he had put one crisis to bed today, but there's a wait.
Earlier, the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, who resigned after recommending Lord Mandelson's appointment, rejected claims that he had pressured Foreign Office officials to approve the peer's security clearance. He told the Foreign Affairs Committee that appointing Lord Mandelson had been a serious error of judgment.
I advised the Prime Minister in support of that appointment, and I was wrong to do so. As I said in my resignation statement, I resigned because I believe responsibility should rest with those who make serious mistakes. Accountability in public life cannot apply only when it is convenient. The Prime Minister relied on my advice, and I got it wrong.
The former head of the FBI, James Comey, has been charged with threatening the life of President Trump. Prosecutors say the alleged threat was made through an image briefly shared last year on Mr. Comey's Instagram account, which Trump administration officials claimed was a coded call to assassinate the president. The current FBI director, Kash Patel, told a news conference that Mr. Comey was indicted by a grand jury in North Carolina.
James Comey allegedly threatened the life of the President of the United States, and as you all now know, shortly after posting that threat, he deleted that threat and then issued an apology. All of that information was presented to the grand jury, and Mr. Comey will have his day in court and his ability to speak to a jury of his peers.
The United Arab Emirates has announced that it will leave the oil producers group OPEC after nearly 60 years of membership. The move means the UAE will no longer be bound by production targets set by the organisation, giving it greater control over its oil output. Our business correspondent Ben King reports.
OPEC was founded in 1960 to
defend the interests of oil exporting countries and work for sky oil prices. That often meant its members agreed to limit how much oil they would produce to keep prices higher. The UAE said it had made significant contributions to OPEC and greater sacrifices, but says it wants to increase production. It said it would be guided by responsibility and market stability. However, if the announcement does lead to the UAE increasing production significantly, that would put downward pressure on oil prices.
That was Ben King. Thanks, Tom. You're listening to The World Tonight with James Kamarasamy. He was the first British king and only the second British monarch after his late mother to address a joint meeting of both houses of the US Congress. In the centerpiece speech of his state visit timed for the 250th anniversary of American independence, King Charles deployed some royal British humour, quoting Oscar Wilde and referring to the title of a James Dean film. But there was a serious core to his comments. Speaking in what he called a citadel of democracy, the King told the lawmakers that they were meeting in times of conflict and uncertainty. He talked about historical patterns in the relationship between the two countries, including a history of disagreements resolved.
With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it.
He continued in a historical vein with a reference to Magna Carta, with perhaps a pointed reference to the checks and balances in the US political system.
The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
He also went on to have references to some points of disagreement between the two countries. He went on to say that they should leverage their alliance towards supporting Ukraine against Russia's invasion.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together. Our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder through two world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments of shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
Words that will have been absorbed by a NATO skeptic president, perhaps. Well, the King also echoed the Prime Minister in stressing the need for the UK-US alliance.
The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it.
And he concluded with a message of hope, urging both nations to rededicate themselves to each other and in selfless service.
From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world.
Well, one of the members of Congress who was in the room listening to the King's speech was the Republican member of the House of Representatives, H. Morgan Griffiths. He represents Virginia's 9th District. I asked him what he thought of the speech.
I thought the King did very well. It was very warm. He was charming, funny. had a couple of good lines in there that got people chuckling. And there were times that the Republicans led the applause, and there were times the Democrats led the applause. But most of the time, we were unified in recognizing and agreeing with what the king was saying.
He acknowledged, though, that the two countries can agree sometimes that we do not always agree. He referenced 1776, didn't he? How did that message go down?
Well, I think that went down well. I mean, it's the nature of two nations. Sometimes they're going to have some disagreements, but as he pointed out, we have a common heritage, particularly in the rule of law, and, you know, dating back to the Magna Carta and the principles set forth there, and then again in your laws and then in our laws, certain rights that belong to the people, and the checks and balances on the executive, all of which we responded to on both sides of the aisle very positively.
He was quite explicit on some issues close to his heart. Ukraine in particular, he talked about the importance of that. Again, how did that go down? Because clearly within the particular, there has been some concern.
There were some who did not stand, but he got a standing ovation on the issue of Ukraine. And, you know, there may be degrees of what we see is that resolved, but I think that most people recognize that this is an important issue both for the UK and for the US.
He also referenced 9/11, saying it's the 25th anniversary of the attacks this year, and he noted that it was the only time that NATO's Article 5 had been mobilized in defense of one of the member states, talked about the partnership. I mean, that could be seen as something that was directed very much at the president and what he has been saying about NATO in recent months. What did you think of that?
Well, I think he balanced that with saying that Great Britain was going to increase its defense spending significantly, and that's one of the things that President Trump wanted to see happening. So I think that was a good balance and counterbalance.
When he was talking about the Magna Carta, he talked about the executive power being subject to checks and balances.
Yep.
How did that resonate with you?
Oh, that was great. I mean, I love the Magna Carta. One of my ancestors, a long, long time ago, was one of the barons appointed, the Bohans or the Booms, appointed to protect the Magna Carta. So him talking about the common law as a Virginia lawyer and talking about the Magna Carta, I was in heaven. I'm thinking, this is what we need to talk about. We need to get, these principles down. We will disagree sometimes, but the principles underpinning our laws and our values are mostly the same.
So, when he talked about the US and UK having unbreakable UK, even though there are differences and disagreements, that is something that resonated, is it?
It did. Absolutely no question that resonated. I think most of the folks there, not all, but most of the folks thought that was very important and very good.
How would you compare the King's speech, this visit, to the visit of his late mother, which you were very close to as well? Well,
I watched the time I was a child on, and so I'm a little bit partial to the Queen, but I thought the King did an excellent job.
And can it, just a final thought, this was a speech to politicians in Congress. It had these clearly political moments in it. Can the King help to bridge divides? Is he someone that can, at a time when the relationship has been under strain, can he make a difference, do you think?
I think he reminds us that while we have our differences, we are still a part of the same family ideologically, with the rights of individuals, with the rights of people, the checks and balances, starting with the Magna Carta and then moving forward throughout the English-speaking world, but particularly between the United States and the United Kingdom.
Initial reaction to the King's speech from that Republican member of Congress, H. Morgan Griffith. Well, let's cross to our North America editor, Sarah Smith in Washington. We heard that Sarah, the King, talking about defending democracy and the rule of law at a time of global instability. How did you assess it all going down in the room? We heard from that Republican congressman. He said sometimes they were clapping, sometimes the Democrats were clapping. It sounds as though he was able to keep both sides happy.
Yes,
Although if you only have one side clapping at any given time, it probably means that you've been a little bit more political than we are used to hearing from the royal family. In general, there was a pretty rapturous response Congress, who were charmed. First ever British king addressing them there on Capitol Hill. I was slightly surprised, actually, by it was a bit more political than maybe we were expecting, not just in defense of democracy, but also in the defense of the NATO alliance, and a pretty direct reminder that the only time that NATO's Article 5 has been triggered was in defense of the United States after 9/11, a defense of the Royal Navy, in which King Charles served, of course, and which has been disparaged quite a lot in Washington of late, him talking about the need to defend Ukraine and even making mention of the threats to nature and the environment from climate change. So these are a number of issues on which the United Kingdom is not aligned completely with the United States, and actually on which King Charles disagrees with the point of view of Donald Trump. So the question is whether he was able to do this gently and diplomatically enough that he won't have offended anybody here and will have charmed them with his appeal to the 4 centuries of relationship that there has been between the US and the UK.
Yeah, and the backdrop, there's another backdrop to this, which are these leaked comments from the current ambassador, Sir Christian Turner, in which he rather sort of disparaged the idea, or at least the phrase, a special relationship. How has that gone down?
Yeah, this is pretty awkward, isn't it? If it's your job to make sure that this entire royal visit goes perfectly smoothly, and it's your own comments that are making headlines and threatening to derail the whole affair. Sir Christian Turner had been meeting some British students in Washington back in February, and his remarks were recorded and published in the Financial Times today. And among them, he said he doesn't like using the phrase special relationship because he thinks it's very backwards looking. And anyway, if any country does have a special relationship with America at the moment, it's probably not Britain, it's probably Israel. That's awkward, isn't it, when the king is here to try and bolster the US-UK alliance at a time when Donald Trump's not getting on that well with Sir Keir Starmer, and there are some political disagreements. So a bit awkward there for the ambassador, Sir Christian Turner, but it does appear that the strength of relationship between King Charles and Donald Trump will easily overcome that.
Sarah, many thanks. Our North America editor, Sarah Smith, there in Washington. And we'll be coming back to that phrase, beloved of some, hated of others, the special relationship, a bit later on in the programme. But we're going to turn to events on this side of the Atlantic now, because the day after he had allowed MPs a vote on whether the Prime Minister should face a Lord Mandelson-related investigation by his peers, the Speaker, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, announced the result of that vote.
Right 223, the left 325, the nose of it unlocked.
So, to no great surprise, Sir Keir Starmer saw off the opposition's attempt to refer him to a standards committee over what he had told Parliament about the vetting of the ex-AM. Just a handful of the opportunity to voice their discontent. Perhaps more significant from the PM's point of view were the voices that were heard at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee this morning. First, Sir Philip Barton, the top civil servant in the Foreign Office, when Sir Keir had rolled the dice and made a political appointment. And a week after his now sacked successor, Sir Ollie Robbins, told the committee about constant pressure from Number 10 to approve the Mandelson appointment. Sir Philip said there was pressure on the speed of the vetting process, but not on its substance. He was asked by the Conservative MP, Afra Brandreth, whether he would have expressed concerns about the appointment if there had been the opportunity.
That is genuinely a really hard question to answer, because hindsight is a fantastically wonderful thing, and it is hypothetical. But let me have a go at what I was thinking at the time. I mean, firstly, it's just worth repeating. At no point did anyone consult me, ask me. I was presented with a decision. There was no space, and told to get on with it. There was no space for dialogue. You know that.
Well, following him, there was a rare public appearance by Morgan McSweeney, Sir Keir's former Chief of Staff, the architect of the Labour landslide, varied politically by his central role in the Mandelson appointment. In his opening statement to the committee, he apologised to Jeffrey Epstein's victims, then for his ill-fated advice.
I have always believed public service is a privilege. It brings responsibility and scrutiny, but it also brings a meaningful chance to improve people's lives. That is what motivated me in government. The appointment of Mandelson as ambassador was a serious error of judgment. I advised the Prime Minister in support of that appointment, and I was wrong to do so. As I said in my resignation statement, I resigned because I believe responsibility should rest with those who make serious mistakes. Accountability in public life cannot apply only when it is convenient. The Prime Minister relied on my advice, and I got it wrong.
Well, to review what this day has meant for the Prime Minister, Newsnight's political editor Nick Watt is here. So where does Sir Keir Starmer stand at the end of this day compared to the beginning, would you say?
Well, Jamie, this could have been a really difficult day for the Prime Minister. There was a suggestion as, will there be an absolutely massive rebellion? And as you were saying, he won the vote. There was a rebellion, but it was pretty small, though there was quite a high level of abstention. So this is clearly a party that wants to be as united as possible ahead of the local elections next week. And as we were hearing from that evidence session earlier on, a little awkward moment. Philip Barton, head of the Foreign Office, you were saying, I wasn't consulted over the appointment of Peter Mandelson. But on the issue that is potentially difficult for the Prime Minister, was there pressure put on you? He fundamentally is taking, essentially, the Prime Minister's view is that there's appropriate pressure. Can we get a move on? Inappropriate pressure, break the rules. And he's saying that there was not inappropriate pressure. So for the Prime Minister, I would say bruised, not bloodied.
So where does this go next? Where does he stand now as we look ahead?
Well, it's interesting. I was talking to one member of the Cabinet, and they said to me, I think it's going to be fine, at least for today. But there was a very significant moment towards the end of the debate in the Commons when Darren Jones, who's the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, was summing up, and he was cheered to the rafters as he had a peroration where he said, what is it the Conservatives don't like about a Labour government that's increasing workers' rights? And then he went on with listing all the sort of achievements of this government, cheered by Labour MPs who, when Keir Starmer is talking about this issue, they look sullen and they're relatively silent. And I spoke to one minister who is very, very close to Keir Starmer, and they said to me, Darren Jones did well today because he made a political argument. That is what Keir needs to do after our shellacking next week. And then this minister said this to me. He, the Prime Minister, has a narrow window to do that. It will be difficult for him to continue after conference if he hasn't done it by then.
We have quite a narrow window with you, so we better wrap it up there. But Nick, as ever, thanks very much, Nick Watt there. Now we're going to move to another part of the world, to the West African country of Mali. It's one of the largest on that continent. It's also one of the most turbulent since a pair of military coups in 2020 and 2021. It's been run by a military junta backed by Russian mercenaries, while also battling a jihadist insurgency. The French forces, which had supported the previous civilian government, withdrew, a sign of how the geopolitical guard was changing in that part of Africa. The 300 or so British soldiers who were there as part of a UN peacekeeping force were brought home in 2022. Well, a couple of years after that, an al-Qaeda-linked group attacked the airport in the capital, Bamako. But at the weekend, Mali experienced a new level of insecurity. An alliance of separatists and jihadists attacked several cities, including Bamako, resulting in the death of the defence minister and the withdrawal of Mali and Russian forces from the northern city of Kidal. The leader of the military government, Colonel Assimi Goïta, well, he went missing in action. Today, though, he resurfaced in a photograph alongside a sullen-looking Russian ambassador. To try and unpack all of this and what it means for the security of the region, we're joined from Dakar in Senegal by Beverly Ocheng, senior analyst with the global consultancy Control Risks, a specialist in the politics, security and economics of Francophone Africa. Good evening, Beverly. Well, let's take the big view. Stand back for us, if you will. What has led to this latest violence in Mali?
Well, there's been a long-running insurgency since 2012 when Tuareg separatists decided to declare the independence of northern Mali. They continue to fight with the government. Some of these groups splintered. In 2015, a faction of this signed a peace deal with the government when the French forces and the UN were present to support the implementation of this deal. But some of the other groups that were radicalized and aligned with Al-Qaeda became Janim in 2017. And these are the same groups that we are seeing coordinating these attacks that took place during the weekend and that are behind the current wave of violence. They have continued to oppose successive governments, and right now they are in opposition against the military junta that came into power in 2020. These attacks have been culminating for some time. In 2022, we noticed that there was a spate of violence moving from the north and the central parts of Mali towards the southern region. That's Kai, Sikasso, Koulikoro. These are economic corridors that link the ports of Dakar and Abidjan and Cote d'Ivoire to Bamako. They supply fuel, they supply various critical supplies for people. So for Jenim to be carrying out this siege, it's an escalation of things that have been building for quite some time.
So Jenim, this Al-Qaeda linked group, do they have a chance of actually taking control?
It's more complex than that. They don't want to take outright control. They don't quite have the capacity or the legitimacy or even support to be able to do so. They would need to be able to govern. So what they have been doing over the years is establishing political alliances across the region. So in northern Mali, this loose alliance initially with the Azawad movements, they call themselves, and now the FLA, leading to this current spate of violence. Over time, they've been making a lot of statements trying to align themselves with political groups in Mali that have either been marginalized or groups that under the military government have found themselves not taking part in the political space. And with the current siege that is going on in the country, they are trying to continue making overtures, calling on the public to distance themselves from the military government as a way of pushing for the government to leave.
And what about the international aspect of this? As I mentioned, it's the Russians who have been very much in alliance with the current military junta through the mercenary group Wagner, which has sort of changed its name and changed its sort of behavior a bit. But they replaced the French, the UN. Just put this into a more of a global context, the significance of this.
I mean, yes, over the years, this has become now a point of geopolitical competition. So with the departure or the request by the government, the Malian government, for the French force and the UN to leave, Russia came in. It wouldn't be able to significantly fill the gap. These were 20,000 strong force being replaced by nearly 10% of this number, 2,000 or so Russian paramilitaries, who have changed hands from the Wagner group, which was being privately run, to now the Africa Corps that is under the Defense Ministry in Russia. Now, they've not been as effective, partly because the Africa Corps is much more risk-averse, but over time, the strategy hasn't really changed. It hasn't allowed for them to gain ground. Today's images coming out of the Malian presidency demonstrate that Russia will continue to be part of this strategy, even if it proves to be slightly inadequate or slightly, it's not really enabling them to get the gains that they wanted. This has pushed out the international community, and Mali itself is seeking other alliances, including with its neighboring countries, and pushing away from the West African broader community.
Beverly, many thanks for that update. Beverly Ocheng there, senior analyst with the global consultancy Control Risks on that unrest in Mali in West Africa. You are listening to The World Tonight. A reminder of our main headlines. The King has addressed the US Congress as part of his state visit, saying that America's partnership with the UK is more important than ever. MPs, as we've been hearing, have voted against holding a parliamentary inquiry into claims that Sir Keir Starmer misled the Commons about the process to appoint Lord Mandelson as US ambassador. And the former director of the FBI, James Comey, has been charged with threatening the life of President Trump over a picture he posted on social media. Now, should we all be going on a foreign summer holiday? The turmoil caused by the war in Iran, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, well, anyone could be forgiven for thinking twice about booking an international flight. Some airlines have admitted that they are raising prices or cutting flights because of the rising cost of fuel, but the chief executive of the low-cost airline Wizz Air has advised holidaymakers to book now, saying that European flight prices are falling as airlines try to boost demand. Well, Marina Efthimio is a professor of aviation management at Dublin City University, and she says it's a complicated picture.
My perspective is it depends when you're flying and where you're flying. So if you're flying anytime soon, book now. If you're flying later on in December, don't book, wait. Also, if you're flying to a very central place like a capital or a tourism destination like Malaga or Athens, those flights are not going to be cancelled. If you're flying to a very odd place in the middle of nowhere with very low factors, who knows, maybe your flight will be cancelled.
Why is that? Just explain your thinking.
It's based on two factors. So one is we see airlines that they haven't hedged their fuel, that now they're getting more worried about the high cost. So they're looking to maybe ground some of their aircraft or rationalize their network. Similarly, for other airlines that either they're facing fuel prices issues or fuel availability issues or even strikes that we have seen lately, those airlines might be again trying to rationalize their network and preserve routes that they have high density, high load factors, and maybe remove routes that are very thin and the planes are half empty.
So Wizz Air is saying now's the time to buy because they are discounting prices. What do you make of that?
They are constantly discounting their prices, so that's a practice that have been following overall over the months and years. But I think now primarily they're trying to capitalize on the cancellation of the other airlines. Like, for example, Lufthansa, due to the strikes, they have been cancelling their flights, so now they're trying to entice the passengers to book now and steal that traffic. So I think that's the strategy that they're trying to follow through that.
It depends from airline to airline then, doesn't it? And I guess one important factor is fuel and the fuel that they have hedged. Just explain how that works and the importance of that.
This is a very common practice that most airlines do, especially in Europe, to avoid any price uncertainty over the fuel, which is around 25 to 30% of the total operating expenses. They prefer to have this certainty. So they agree that, for example, 80% of their fuel will be locked at the price of $75 per barrel, and then that pricing might be differing depending on the quarter of the year. These kind of strategies. U.S. carriers, for example, have hedged. A number of European carriers like IAG Group or Ryanair, they have hedged the majority of their fuel.
So, depending on how much of their fuel they've hedged, what percentage, what difference would that make in terms of availability and prices?
Availability of the fuel is a different thing, but for example, Ryanair will have hedged maybe around 80% of their fuel for the first quarter at the price of 77. Later on, that percentage drops, so it's a percentage depending on how much fuel they will need. That is very important from a passenger perspective because that defines the price of the ticket.
What about availability then? I guess that is harder to foresee.
Availability, yes, of course. It comes down, though, at the country level. So from the 70s, a number of countries have developed reserves. So, for example, France, I think 70% of their oil reserves is for Jet A1. So we are still fine, depending on how this uncertainty over Iran will continue. A number of airports in Italy, for example, they have been facing shortages and issues and fear over availability of fuel.
That was Marina Efthymiou, who's a professor of aviation management at Dublin City University. Let's return to our main story, events in Washington this evening, and to something that we discussed with Sarah Smith, because in advance of the King's very public comments to the Congress, the Financial Times reported on some leaked private comments that were made by the current UK ambassador to the United States, Sir Christian Turner. They were made to some visiting sixth formers back in February and included a reference to one phrase that didn't feature in the King's speech, the special relationship. In the recording, Sir Christian said, "Special relationship is a phrase I try not to utter because it's quite nostalgic. It's backwards looking and has a lot of baggage about it." He went on to say, Israel is probably the country that has a special relationship with the US. Well, I've been discussing all of that with the former Labour Foreign Secretary Jack Straw. But first I asked him what he made of the King's speech.
I thought it was a very finely crafted speech. The fact that the Congress, as far as I could tell, almost unanimously was applauding some quite tricky messages was a testament to the care that had been taken in crafting the speech.
He did not use the phrase which so many people shy away from in positions of power, which is the special relationship. That he talked about the special ingredient in our relationship instead. What did you make of that?
I'm really glad he did that, because the special relationship was a phrase that I did my best to avoid when I was Foreign Secretary. Not always with success. Sometimes, you'd spot it in a draft and think, oh, God, do I leave it there or do I take it out? Sometimes I used it myself. But I was always uncomfortable about it because what I felt about this, and I've said this subsequently, is that the term special relationship is a conceit by the United Kingdom and a condescension by the United States, and it doesn't illustrate the nature of the relationship anyway. I would like to see the phrase consigned to the bin, to be honest.
Well, it's a sentiment shared according to these leaked comments of his, which have been reported by the Financial Times by the current UK ambassador to Washington, Christian Turner. He said in these comments he made, I mean, it's on tape to some visiting sixth formers, special relationship is a phrase I try not to utter because it's quite nostalgic, it's quite backwards looking, and it has a lot of baggage about it. And then he goes on, I think there is probably one country that has a special relationship with the United States, and that's probably Israel.
Christian Turner is absolutely right about that. Israel and the United States, for all sorts of historical reasons and contemporary ones, has a very special relationship with the US, not at least in respect of defense, because the United States subsidizes Israel's military spending, including its spending on the United States armies. And that alone makes the relationship special. Think about it from the United States point of view. The United States is faced these days with its major trading partner, but also potential biggest adversary, which is China. And they're having to work really hard about managing that relationship. That China accounts for getting 20% of the world's population. And you've got India, which is slightly larger now. So those two countries alone account for 2/5 of the world's population. If you're in the United States, of course you're going to want very special relationships with those two.
What then of the relationship between the Prime Minister and President Trump? Clearly that has taken quite a battering in recent weeks. Do you think this speech, this visit, this state visit, is going to change that relationship? Is it going to improve things?
I hope so. I can't say. We know that President Trump operates his diplomacy in a very different way from any United States president that I can think of. And I also happen to think that Keir Starmer was absolutely right in saying to the United States that he was sorry, but the war that the United States and also Israel started to embark on, and in which they're still involved against Iran, was not one that we can join in. I mean, that too is unusual, but it's unusual because if you go back, say, 23 years to the Iraq war, I mean, that was preceded by the most intense diplomacy, consultations, debates, arguments within the United Nations, but was argued out through the prism of international law and the framework of the United Nations. So it was very, very different from what we've been faced with in respect of the war the United States and Israel have been conducting against Iran.
The former Labour Foreign Secretary, Jack Straw there. Well, when he was speaking today, President Trump added a new dimension to that phrase, however you want to describe it, the special relationship, when he spoke about his late mother's feelings for the British royal family and for one of its members in particular.
She really did love the family, but I also remember her saying very clearly, Charles, look, young Charles, he's so cute. My mother had a crush on Charles. Can you believe it?
Well, the King earlier didn't use the phrase special relationship. Instead, he talked about the special ingredient in the UK-US relationship. Well, let's discuss that relationship with someone who writes about relationships for the Daily Telegraph. Rachel Johnson, journalist, broadcaster. She has an Agony Aunt column these days. Good evening, Rachel.
Good evening, James. Hi.
What kind of advice would you give to the two sides in this relationship?
Well, I don't think that they need a huge amount of advice. I mean, I was sort of observing the proceedings over the last, 36 hours since the King touched down at Joint Andrews Air Base, whatever it was called, and watching it all quite carefully. In terms of sort of family therapy, I think it's gone very, very well, because you ran that clip of Donald Trump talking about his mother's crush on Charles, but the bit that jumped out for me is the fact that he said her name. He said Mary MacLeod, and he talked about Scotland, and he let the world know how important the British Isles, the United Kingdom, are to him simply by mentioning her name and the Hebrides. And it struck me that how I would sum up the relationship if I was a sort of family therapist is America is the child that broke away. And however much you love or hate your mother, the United Kingdom, Britain, is still the motherland of the United States of America. And that is an unbreakable bond, I think, between the two that came across really clearly. So I don't think a huge amount of therapy is actually required between what the White House is calling the two kings today.
Yes, I saw that. A bit of trolling, isn't it? I mean, for people that don't know, there's a photo of the king and President Trump. It's obviously referring to the fact that his critics think that President Trump is behaving a bit too much like a monarch. But in terms of our monarch and the message he's delivered, I mean, there's a bit of tough love there, isn't there? I mean, he was pretty pointed about NATO and Ukraine, things that President Trump is very different, on different page to the UK, to the king as well as to the government.
Yes, he ran through a sort of checklist of a kind of tender areas, from the importance of checks and balances on the presidency, because he was, of course, addressing Congress. The importance of supporting Ukraine. He said that in front of Vance, who doesn't agree with Congress's billions to Ukraine. He talked about how he wanted the wars to end, how he wanted to turn swords into plowshares. But then he said how much Britain was spending on defence as a sort of sop to Trump's beef about NATO and having to do all the heavy lifting for NATO. So it was a very carefully judged speech, but yes, it was more political than I expected.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, because you talked about this emotional bond with the motherland. I mean, very, in terms of the president's own mother, but what we've seen in the presidency is some pretty cold, hard realism, isn't there?
Well, there is. Yes, I mean, when he's, in the White House. But on this occasion, we haven't seen it, have we? We've seen the soft side of Donald Trump and the soft power of Britain, and the fact that you can just see when the king walked into Congress, people virtually swoon. You could see women wanting to curtsy to Camilla, and in fact, I think at least one did. I mean, given this is a country that's celebrating its independence from the United Kingdom 250 years ago, you could have sworn they would literally pay to have King Charles back.
But at the same time, that the president, I mean, this is not about the king, it's about the prime minister. He's not above making a jibe about Churchill, is he?
No, he's not. And I think the king had that inserted into his speech, where he quoted a line from Starmer, and he said, "My prime minister," which is his way of saying, in the terms of kind of the political pecking order, I've come underneath him. I think, there were very subtle little touches like that. But what I felt was this, the children have been fighting. Trump has been picking fights with Keir Starmer. And then you had this wise old grandfather who kind of says, I'm not going to get involved, I just want everyone to get along, who's come along, right. And he's calmed it all down.
Well,
and I felt rather proud of him.
Rachel, thanks very much for that assessment. Rachel Johnson there. That is The World Tonight. This is James Kimara Sami. I'm back tomorrow at 10, but for now, from me and everyone here, good night.
Studio direction was by Jabin Gilani. The editor was Emily Craig. Our book of Bedtime, The Prisoner by Sally Carson, continues in a few moments here on Radio 4.
He kind of stands upright and puts his arms out and uses his tail as a tripod.
Looking to the natural world to make sense of what it means to be human.
I'm really interested in how our non-verbal behaviour influences other people.
The lessons on power posing from anteaters, notes on democracy from wild dogs, and what river sediment can teach us about the formation of ideas.
Some of them will solidify, become like the rock bed of our thinking.
I'm Becky Ripley.
And I'm Emily Knight.
Join us for the new series of Nature Bang across next week,
beginning Monday lunchtime at 1:45.
To listen on your smart speaker, just say Play Radio 4.
This is Radio 4, time for The Prisoner by Sally Carson. Episode 2, August 1933, Munich. Eric told my
Michael the story of that Midsummer Night's Eve in June. How they had all waited for Helmi and Lexa to come in. Helmi was on duty somewhere on the Austrian frontier. No one knew where Lexa was. How Helmi came in alone, told them that someone had got shot up on the Nagelspitze mountain trying to escape over the frontier into Austria. How he had smashed the glasses off the table and shouted, "Lexa's dead." Michael said quietly, "It was Lexa who'd been shot?" Eric shook his head. Suddenly Michael began to see it all plainly. Then it was Moritz. Yes, it was Helmi's patrol that caught them. His men who shot Moritz. He must have been half mad to leave Lexa on the mountain with Moritz shot dead. When he got back early in the morning, only her boots were there and her leather coat. She'd fallen? Michael asked slowly. Michael killed herself. Jumped over the precipice. And Helmi had known she was going to do that? Yes. That's what Mother couldn't get over. None of us could. Strangely enough, Michael felt no bitterness towards Helmi. It was pity for him that filled his mind, for Helmi's tragedy was Helmi's failure. His failure to Lexa and to the party. The two things he had cared for most. She knew what our orders were about Jews, Eric went on. She knew our positions as members of the party, mine and Helmi's. She knew of the statement about girls being Jews. It was madness. When we found she was still seeing Moritz, we told her it had got to stop. That was in May, after you left. Helmi tried to persuade her, but she went on with the lies. Secret meetings with Moritz, the whole summer. Moritz ought to have seen it. He ought to have set her free. Perhaps he couldn't. Perhaps she wouldn't let him. No one could go against Lexa once she thought she was right. Eric shifted his chair. He was scared, I suppose. Timid, like all Jews. The foreign papers lie, even the English papers. We've got to clean things up. The party comes first. It's got to come first. And liberty? We don't want liberty. We want to be led, protected, deceived, you mean? Eric shook his head. No, inspired. We're making a new people, a new race. We're going to do things that'll surprise the whole world. Michael looked at Eric. This was what he had once believed. Eric was saying, that's what Helmi can't understand, that what happened wasn't actually his fault. That it's all worth it. That Germany comes first, no matter what things happen. Eric's voice broke. You've just seen what it's like. He loathes it all. But we daren't let him leave. It wouldn't be safe for him to clear out of the party after what's happened. He was almost angry. They all loathe it, father and mother too, yet it's going to give them everything. But in the spring, he was so proud of it all. Yes, he believed in it all then. And now? Eric got up and walked to the door. I simply don't know what he believes. And his tone implied that he did not want to know. Helmi's silence, Frau Kluger's detachment, Eric's poor attempts at friendliness, their wariness, he could do nothing for them. They were afraid to speak openly to him. There was nothing he could do to help. He decided to leave Munich. At the train station, he said, Eric, if you ever want anything, you or Helmi, or any of you, you'll remember me, won't you? Eric turned to him gratefully, as if to speak, glanced over his shoulder, then thought better of it. So you won't forget, and give my love to Helmi. We're all right, Eric said. We've got to be all right. And then he smiled, his quick, infectious smile. Thank you, Michael. He took his hand quickly and was at once lost in a sea of brown uniforms. 3 months earlier, June 1933, Cranach. Frau Kluge watched Helmi run along the road. She could see his flushed face beneath the window, hear his panting breath as he burst the door open and clattered through the porch. "Where's the key of my drawer? My drawer in the writing desk." "In the work basket, dear, with the others." Helmi's quick hands found the key among her wools and silks. He roughly jerked open the drawer, scattering papers over the desk. Then he stepped towards the door, papers clenched in his hands. "What are you doing, Helmi?" "I'm going to headquarters to tell them what I think. Tell them they're filthy murderers. Tell them that." His hand was on the door handle already. Frau Kluge called out suddenly, "Eric!" The rising tone of her voice brought Eric into the room in a moment. "Eric, stop him. He's going to headquarters." She might have been saying, she was saying, he's going to his death. Eric pushed between Helmi and the door. "What's all the row about?" "Get out of my way. It's all a beastly lie. The party, everything we've done. I thought there was something fine in it all, and it's done this. You can stand it. I can't." "You've got to stand it." "Not this time. I've finished with the party, with everything. I'm through. I'll tell them so. Let me go, Eric. Who cares what happens now?" Eric tried to keep from shouting. He could see Helmi arrested, shot for insubordination. It was already a punishable offence even to criticise the party. He could see them all haunted by the secret police, watched, spied upon, always waiting for that sudden knock on the door. "You don't seem to know what would happen to us all." "Don't I?" Helmi began to push Eric out of the way. With her voice hardly above a whisper, Frau Kluge said, "And if you do this, us? What about us, Helmi?" Helmi swung round to face her. His mother, placid, never ruffled by anything, stood there staring at him, asking something from him for the first time in his life. That frightened him even more than the fear in her face. His anger and defiance struggled for speech. Truth waited to be shouted at that silent face. Then he knew that he could never look at such a thing again. At all costs, she must be protected from it. He turned away and stumbled through the door. Out in the orchard, he knew what Eric had said was true. He would, by his actions, be endangering them all. By doing so, he would drive the knife sharper still into the wound in family life that he and Lexa had opened. How could he do this? The only answer was to carry on as before, to protect them all. They had given him no choice. Eric saw that Helmi did his work. He must keep his job at all costs. The publicity of Lexa's death, connected as it was with Moritz, was not over, Eric knew. Nowadays, no one wanted to be singled out from his fellows for special notice. That might mean secret watching. For the Kluges, it was important that everything should go on as before, so that their implication in the matter could not be queried, nor their loyalty to the party doubted. Generally, people forget quickly. Yet Eric knew that today, hidden memories were longer, and Helmi was a living reminder of what had happened. If he publicly left the party, rumours of his or Eric's disloyalty, far from sinking into oblivion, would become realities. Helmi must keep his work. He must wear his uniform. He must not falter in any outward semblance of loyalty. One evening, when his father and mother got up to go to bed, Eric said, "Don't go up yet, Helmi. I want to talk to you." Helmi met his eyes and sat down again. "They're worried, Helmi," Eric said. "They're frightened, mother and father. We mustn't let them feel like that. Don't you remember what I've always said? Think what you like, but for God's sake, keep your mouth shut and be careful." Eric important it is. How we all depend on you. Helmi nodded. Hans Kluger had not seen his wife cry since she was 18. He'd got to stop it somehow. And perhaps here in Cranach there was too much to remind her of Lexa. I think we'd better move, he said uncertainly. We'll move to Munich. What do you say, Rosa? At supper that evening, it was Frau Kluger who began to talk about it. Her husband heard her speak as if the move was an accomplished fact. He was appalled at the boldness of his suggestion. Your father thinks it would be a good idea to move. It might be the solution of many difficulties, Eric thought. Away from Cranach and the house and places that he knew, Helmi would be easier to manage. Away from his friends, there was less chance for him to be reminded of the past. The future. That was what was important. It's a grand idea, Father. We could take a cheap flat somewhere. Eric went on quickly. I was offered a job in the Munich group some weeks ago. It'll be better in Munich. Then, with his eyes on Helmi, he added, more to do. Helmi stood in the orchard and heard Eric go whistling down the road. They were going to hide from it, try to escape, hide their fears and sorrows under the crowds of the city, its bewildering noise, its incessant, feverish activity. He pressed his feet into the shaggy grass. A damp smell came breathing up to him. This was their grass, their earth. They couldn't forsake what was part of themselves. It couldn't happen. Why was Eric so quick at everything, so ready with answers, so sure? If only it was true that Munich's traffic and the busy shouting of its people would be able to drown the fear he felt for himself, for them all. The house mustn't go. With the house, their childhood, their youth would be sold. He must tell Mother and Father that whatever happened, they must stay here, near the mountain. As he put his hand on the doorknob, he heard his name. It's Helmi, his mother was saying. I want to do it for him. I think he'll be happier there. Slowly, Helmi turned back to the orchard. It's for Helmi, his mother had said, and her voice had rested upon his name. The pity of it pressed him in silence against the tree. He was glad when his father pulled the blind down and he couldn't see them anymore. The Prisoner by Sally Carson was read by Daniel Wayman. It was abridged by Sarah Davis and produced by Caroline Raphael. It was a peer production for BBC Radio 4.
The next episode is tomorrow night at 10:45. BBC News at 11 o'clock. The King has told the US Congress that the bond between America and the UK is irreplaceable and unbreakable. His speech followed a meeting with President Trump at the White House at a time of strained relations over the Iran war. Speaking on the second day of his state visit, the King warned the unique alliance between Britain and America cannot rest on past achievements. He said the two nations may not always agree, but were instinctively like-minded.
Our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship.
MPs have voted against launching an inquiry into whether the Prime Minister misled Parliament over the decision to appoint Lord Mandelson as US Ambassador. The Conservatives questioned whether Sir Keir Starmer had followed due process after concerns were raised over the vetting of the peer, but the government won the vote by a majority of 112. Earlier, the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff acknowledged making a serious mistake in recommending Lord Mandelson as US Ambassador. Morgan McSweeney told MPs that details that emerged later about the peer's links with the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein were like a knife through my soul. The former head of the FBI, James Comey, has been charged with threatening the life of President Trump. Prosecutors say the alleged threat was made through an image briefly shared last year on Mr. Comey's Instagram account, which Trump administration officials claimed was a coded call to assassinate the president. Footballers who cover their mouths during verbal confrontations with opponents at this year's World Cup will be given a red card. The sport's world governing body FIFA said the new rules were part of measures aimed at combating racism. BBC News.
Millions of voters are heading to the polls this May.
And the campaigns are moving fast.
Newscast is here to help you keep up. We'll break down what the results mean in plain English.
With none of the jargon.
Alongside the usual daily newscast, we'll have a weekly election cast.
To make sure you're across it all.
Newscast. Listen on BBC Sounds.
We'll head to Westminster in half an hour, where the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff appeared before a committee of MPs. First, it's time now for another deep dive into the paranormal past with Danny Robbins. In today's episode, what happens when a ghost accuses someone of murder? Danny and the team investigate a haunting that rocked Georgian London. This is Uncanny Cold Cases, the Cock Lane Poltergeist.
Welcome back to Uncanny Cold Cases. Thank you so much for all your theories and comments on our cases so far. Keep them coming. Put them in the comments down below. And today, for our haunting, we're going all the way back to the 1700s on the top floor of a small house in Smithfield here in London. An audience has gathered to summon a ghost. A priest calls for silence and begins to ask this supposed spirit a list of questions using a code: 1 knock for yes, 2 for no. Spirit, did you die naturally, he asks. 2 knocks, no. Were you poisoned? 1 knock, yes. Should William Kent hang for it? 1 knock. OMG, what happens when a poltergeist accuses somebody of murder? We have a potential haunting here that caused a sensation in Georgian London. 2 dead wives, a man facing the gallows, and a ghost that seems hell-bent on justice. But is it genuinely paranormal? Let's find out. Is Uncanny Cold Cases.
What has passed comes again in the cold where we lay. Secrets still remain. Secrets still remain.
Hello. Welcome back to Uncanny Cold Cases. It is time to lift another historical paranormal case from the shadows and expose it to the light of modern psychology, forensic science, and our very own uncanny investigative techniques. Can we make sense of this enduring mystery? Let us see. To help us, we are joined by that dream team of supernatural sleuths, the team skeptic, psychologist Dr. Kieran O'Keefe, and for Team Believer, writer and parapsychologist Evelyn Hollow. It's good to have you both here. Kieran, this is a cracker of a case.
Yes, it is. When we asked people for suggestions for cold cases, this is one that kept on coming up. It is a fascinating case, and I love it for its smorgasbord of psychology and deception.
I love it, a supernatural smorgasbord. Evan, we've been looking at quite a few cases from the 20th century so far in the series. This one takes us right back to the 1700s, to the reign of George III.
Yeah, this is a really, really old case, but when you look at it, it's got a lot of parallels with modern cases. There's a lot of the same phenomena happening, and so it just goes to show you that you can go back hundreds of years, and you can go all the way back to Roman times and find phenomena that matches what we would now call a poltergeist. So what is causing all of this?
What indeed. Let's dive straight in, shall we, and imagine ourselves back in the winter of 1759. We are on a street called Cock Lane in the City of London, and we are standing outside number 20, home to William Kent and his girlfriend, Fanny Lyons. William is a young businessman trying to make his way in the world. Fanny is pregnant, but their relationship is complicated. William used to be married to Fanny's older sister, Elizabeth, who died in childbirth just a year ago. And Fanny and Elizabeth's family do not approve of William taking up with Fanny. So they have run away to London together, pretending to be husband and wife. On this particular wintry day, William is about to go on a trip. He wants to make sure that heavily pregnant Fanny is all right in his absence, so he asks their landlord, a man called Richard Parsons, whether Richard's 11-year-old daughter, Betty, can keep an eye on Fanny and look after her. Now, Fanny and Betty are opposites, really. Fanny is a shy, gentle soul from the country. Betty is a sparky, streetwise London kid, but they get on well. That night, the two of them are alone in the house. It is cold. This is long before central heating, and they decide to share a bed for warmth, and perhaps for company too, as the house feels just a little odd. As the pale, cold sun sets over the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral, Fanny and Betty tuck themselves under the blanket, snuff out the candle, and that is when it begins. In the shivering darkness, the house is suddenly alive with sharp, strange noises. There is scratching and scraping. The sounds seem to move around the room, and then a barrage of harsh knocks as if someone is trying to get in. Fanny and Betty pull the bedclothes tight, not against the cold now, but against what seems to be an invisible presence that wants their attention. The next morning, the sleepless pair tell Betty's mother, Mrs. Parsons, about the weird noises. She suggests it could be their neighbour, a shoemaker. Life is hard in the East End. People work long hours. But on Sunday, the scratching and knocking starts up again. And it's the Lord's Day now. No one is at work next door. The idea that this cacophony of frightening sounds could be coming from the shoemaker is frankly a load of cobblers. The scratching and knocking is back again the next night, and the night after that too. And soon, word spreads across the local community about this alleged haunting. What the hell is going on at number 20 Cock Lane? Fanny and Betty seem to be in the midst of what we would now describe as a potential poltergeist haunting. Kieran, I know that you love to look at environmental factors as a possible cause. What was this area of London like in the 1700s? Are there potential factors here that could cause a haunting?
There are a huge number. We've got to consider at this point in history, 18th century London is an incredibly polluted city. And it's partly because from a domestic level, you've got coal-burning fires and very little opportunity for that smoke to escape. And also right where we are in London, you've got proximity to Smithfield Market, and you've got the potential there for meat mixing with grains, but also creating mould, which we know can have an effect.
So you think all of these things could cause potential hallucinations?
Yeah, absolutely. But not only that, you're dealing with a period in history where they wouldn't have had the same sort of plumbing that we had now, or even the concept of hygiene, so they would have been throwing human excrement out into the street as well.
So it could be a poltergeist. Evelyn, we also have to look at an area from a team believer point of view, of course, about the history of what's going on. If we've got ghosts, we need death. Who died in that house, in that area? You've been looking into the history of Cock Lane.
Yeah, I have. So nearby, we're talking about Smithfield Market, as well as selling meat. It was once a major and oldest execution site in all of London. In fact, martyrs were burned here under Mary I, so it's not just regular hangings, it's really violent, horrendous death.
Bloody hell, Bloody Mary.
Nice. William Wallace was infamously hung, drawn and quartered here. Also, Cock Lane is next to a massive burial pit for plague victims. In fact, there are 50,000 corpses buried here nearby. So if you're looking for death, Cock Lane has it in abundance.
All right, thank you both. Good thoughts. I would love to hear all of your theories on this case as well as we dive further into it. Are you team believer or team skeptic? You can put your thoughts and theories in the comments below, but keep an open mind here because things are about to get even more interesting on Cock Lane because the locals are starting to have their own ideas on who or what this ghost is. William and Fanny's complicated love life has become a big source of gossip in the area. Malicious rumours are spreading that the noisy spirit is actually William's first wife, Fanny's sister, Elizabeth, come back from the grave to point the finger of shame at William and Fanny, living in sin, expecting a child out of wedlock. William is worried. He's got a stressed-out, pregnant girlfriend and the Lyons family on his tail. Fanny is worried too, but for a different reason. She has her own theory on the haunting. She has convinced herself that the scratching and banging has an ominous message for her, that she is going to die. To top it all off, William and their landlord, Richard Parsons, have had a massive bust-up over an unpaid loan. Richard borrowed £20 from William. That is close to a year's wages at the time. William wants it back. It is all kicking off in this house in Georgian London. So Fanny and William decide they do not want to spend another moment there. They move out of number 20 Cock Lane and rent rooms nearby above a jeweller. The banging and scratchings don't follow them there. Is the haunting over? Or is there a sting in the tail here? Because horribly, within just a few weeks, Fanny's fatalistic theory has seemingly been proved right. When 8 months pregnant, she dies of smallpox. This is intense, right? And whatever is going on here, it seems to lead to a resurgence in the activity at number 20. The noises are back. And there is something else now, too, because up till now, it has only been sounds. But one day, Richard Parsons, the owner of number 20, William and Fanny's former landlord, has a friend over. And this friend sees what he describes as a ghastly white figure walking up the stairs, shining with an unearthly glow. We have potentially paranormal noises here, and now we have a potential apparition. So Richard Parsons decides that he needs help. It comes in the form of John Moore, a Methodist preacher, rector of the nearby church of St. Bartholomew the Great. Interestingly, the noises seem to happen mostly when Richard Parsons' daughter Betty is around. Remember, she was present in bed with Fanny back when all this started. They had that friendship, that connection. Could it be that Fanny is trying to make contact with Betty to pass on a message? It is quite a theory, and John Moore has an idea of how to try and prove it. He suggests a way to interrogate the ghost, asking it for replies. 1 not for yes, 2 for no. So they huddle together one night in the flickering candlelight of number 20. John Moore, Richard Parsons, Mrs. Parsons, Betty, and a few others to begin their seance. Moore asks questions, and the knocks start to come through. And the ghost's replies are explosive. Fanny Lyons did not die of smallpox, the knocks claim. She was poisoned. What's more, the ghost names the person responsible for this terrible crime. William Kent. Bloody hell, William Kent. Holy crap, Fanny. Evelyn, this is sensational, isn't it? Have you ever heard before of a ghost accuse somebody of murder?
Only once. So in 1897 in West Virginia, USA, a young woman died, and it was said to have been from heart failure. But then her mother saw a ghost every single night, showing her that her neck had been broken and her husband had done it.
Oh my God, broken neck, lady. That's like the haunting of a Hill House.
Haunting of Hill House. Now, her mother was adamant that this was correct, and so they exhumed the body of her daughter and found that, in fact, her neck had been broken and her windpipe had been crushed. It went to court, and the man was eventually charged with her murder. So not only was this a ghost accusing someone's murder, it's the only time in American history where essentially a ghost solved their own death.
Kieran, it is not looking good for William.
It is not looking good, and unfortunately you've got the psychology now of all of these individuals blaming William Kent. This is so entrenched in their mind, they don't want to hear any other information that would counter that idea. It's become almost like a witch hunt against William Kent.
What do we know about William?
Well, we do know that, of course, he's very young at this point. I think we forget that. He's only 21, but he comes from a very wealthy family, and he always had these big aspirations of becoming this really successful businessman. But his mother was very controlling when it came to the finances, and she would never let him have any of that money. So there was a lot of conflict going on there as well.
Evan, we often talk about a focus in a poltergeist haunting, a particular person that the activity seems to revolve around. And it's often a teenager or a young person in many cases. Here it seems to be Betty.
Yeah, it does. And so when we look at cases we've talked about previously, such as the Battersea poltergeist, we had the young girl Shirley at the focus for it. Most people will be familiar with the Enfield haunting case, which seemed to focus mostly around Janet Hodgson, and of course they're both two young people. So is there a reason for why particularly poltergeist phenomena hones in on these people, or is it that they themselves are generating the phenomena, either by artificially creating it, tricking people into it, or does it go back to this belief that because young people are turbulent, they're quite emotionally unstable, and they're going through challenging periods in their life, that they're actually generating supernatural phenomena somehow?
Well, one thing that we should talk about, easy to overlook, is that we're talking about this as a potential poltergeist haunting, but we've got that apparition as well, that friend of Richard Parsons sees.
Yeah, so the weird thing with this is that that's not typical of poltergeist cases. Full body apparitions are quite rare and they don't really fit in with poltergeist phenomena. But it does give us a different dimension, because hearing noises is one thing, apparent communication is also one thing. However, when they see this full apparition, Betty is accounted for. So if we're starting to suspect that Betty is at the heart of it, she either has help or she is not the ghost, because she can't be in two places at once.
Kieran, what did you make of that moment?
Yeah, it's a very odd moment, and what's particularly odd about it is that Betty stops people trying to follow the apparition, and I think that's a very odd thing to do.
Is that a red flag?
It is a red flag for me, and it kind of follows on from what Evelyn's saying, that potentially it's not Betty that's the actual ghost, but it's somebody else that she's in cahoots with. But also, let's bear in mind that the idea of a ghost that's described as having a bed sheet is not unusual for this particular point in history. We do have many, many other cases where individuals are playing pranks, or where, burglars are covering themselves in a bed sheet to pretend to be a ghost.
This raises something really interesting, doesn't it? We talk about all of these stories as detective cases, and we look for suspects, and that could be environmental factors or psychological factors, but it can also be actual human beings, can't it? And we've got to look at some of the people in this case. Richard Parsons, the landlord, potentially, but also this guy, John Moore, as well, the Methodist clergyman who comes into the house. He's almost like a kind of Georgian Ghostbuster. Are these people important here?
Yes, I think they are. They create that psychological environment, for support that there is something supernatural going on. I mean, I love the character of John Moore. He is genuinely an 18th century Ghostbuster, and he's absolutely fascinating. But bear in mind, he has a very, very strong belief in this concept of the invisible world, almost like an ethereal plane where the spirit of the wronged would wander, almost seeking retribution. So, he's very much invested in this being true. So we've got to think about him. But also then there's Richard Parsons as well. He is a man who is a drinker, but also because of him excessively drinking, he's trying to feed that habit. So he's somebody that is having difficulty with finances. And all of these different layers build up a fascinating picture of psychology.
And we know that he owed Willington money.
Exactly. It's almost like the Usual Suspects film. You've got a number of different individuals in a police lineup, and each of them have a potential reason for causing this haunting.
The plot is thicker than Greek yogurt. Keep those theories, questions and comments coming in. But right now, let's get back to Georgian London, because by mid-January 1762, the haunting is the talk of London. People are writing about it in national newspapers. They have even given the ghost a catchy nickname. Scratching Fanny. No laughing, please. Number 20 Cock Lane becomes something of a paranormal tourist destination. Fashionable, wealthy Londoners are now coming and trying to hear the ghost for themselves. Soon, there are crowds outside the house blocking the street, and Richard Parsons, the landlord, the owner of number 20, is actually charging visitors to talk with the ghost. But not everybody is convinced. There are those who think that William Kent is being set up. Some skeptics wonder if all of the phenomena is faked. Someone pays a carpenter to take up the floorboards of the house to check for mechanisms that could be making the noises, but nothing is found. The finger of suspicion starts to point towards young Betty Parsons, now a teenager. Is it possible that, far from being the innocent victim of a haunting, she might be responsible for the disturbances herself? Richard Parsons publishes a notice in a newspaper offering Betty up for testing in a bid to prove the haunting is real. And people take him up on it. Betty is undressed in front of experts, watched as she sleeps. The pressure on her is intense. And then one night, another seance is held. On the 1st of February, the anniversary of Fanny's death, at the church of St. John Clerkenwell, where she is buried. The ghost seemingly promises that it will prove its existence by rapping on the lid of Fanny's coffin at precisely 1 a.m. The burial vault is full. The candles throw shadows around the stone tombs. And as the minutes tick down, all gossip is hushed until at exactly 1 a.m. Nothing is heard. Betty is in big trouble. Betty is told that unless any supernatural phenomena is observed at the next one, she and her father will face prison. The stakes could not be higher now, and incredibly, at this next seance, scratching noises are heard. Has the ghost been summoned back in the nick of time, or has Betty merely given her audience what they want? So Betty is searched, and a small piece of wood is found hidden on her body. She denies knowledge of it, but if you run a fingernail over its rough surface, it produces what sounds very much like a ghostly scratch. Kieran, could this piece of wood really explain what's going on in the case? Are we looking at a carefully planned hoax?
Yeah, I think we could potentially be. I think the argument against it being a hoax would be that you're hearing sounds all over the room. But we've got to bear in mind that in this environment where people are potentially a bit anxious about what's in the room or fearful of it, they could be misinterpreting where the sound comes from. But it's perfectly plausible that the knocking sound could be coming from a piece of wood.
Evelyn, it's tempting to say we've cracked the case here, but are there things that we're overlooking? Does this piece of wood explain the noises that Fanny and Betty heard? Does it explain that potential apparition seen by the friend of Richard Parsons?
Yes, well, although it explains some things, it definitely leaves a lot of holes in the story. So the visual apparition is obviously not caused by a bit of wood. I think there's a difference between scratching a small piece of wood and people hearing the noises seemingly move all over the room. That seems quite extreme for what I'm assuming is, you know, a palm-sized bit of wood that someone is scratching a nail down. So is it a case where the phenomena is real and it's happened, but then there's a lot of pressure on Betty to produce? She's being threatened with jail. There's now people queuing up. There's people paying money. And so the noises aren't happening anymore. So she panics and she starts devising a way to create them herself. It doesn't really have to be one or the other. It doesn't have to be Betty's made up the whole thing or it's ghosts. It could be both.
This is interesting. It's something that we've seen in other cases. You know, in the Enfield haunting case, I know people certainly talk about the idea that some phenomena was genuine, some was faked. We talked about pressure on William Kent before. The pressure on Betty is absolutely intense here.
Yeah, it is, and she's a young girl at the heart of this, and the whole thing is kind of spiraled out of control. There's this big collection of characters, there's people owed money, there's people from the church involved, it's now in the press, everyone in society is talking about it, and also there are dead people in this as well, which we forget about. There's people that she was close to, people that were her friends, essentially, people that she maybe even considered family, and they have died. So Betty's processing trauma whilst also having a tremendous amount of scrutiny on her at the same time.
Kieran, my big question to you is why? Why would Betty accuse William Kent of murder?
Yeah, I don't think we should be asking that question. I think we should be asking who is instructing Betty to do this and why. Because I think the clue lies in the fact that Richard Parsons owed William money. You know, he owed him about 12 guineas and he didn't repay it. And William Kent instructed his solicitor to sue him and then eventually recovered the debt in January, right around the time where we start to get this phenomena happening. So you could look at it as potential revenge, but actually the reality of it is that Parsons was making money from people attending these seances. So you've got a perfect motivation for this.
And it's amazing, isn't it? Lots of people watching this sort of paid to go on a ghost hunt. This is happening in Georgia and London. It is such an interesting, complex case, isn't it? Thank you both. And let us know what your take is on all this. Where's your head at? Are you team believer or team skeptic? Has your mind changed since the start of the story? Things are certainly looking a bit suspicious right now, but this case is not done yet. There is one final twist to come, because things move quickly after the discovery of that piece of wood. Betty's father, Richard Parsons, is arrested, along with the Methodist preacher, John Moore, and 3 others, including Betty's mum. The trial is a sensation. During it, people in the courtroom are briefly terrified by a loud bang before they discover it was caused by a man in the next room falling off his chair. Richard Parsons is ordered to pay William Kent a huge amount of money for destroying his reputation. The Parsons family are ruined, and over the years, the case becomes a byword for supernatural fraud. Scratching Fanny, the Cock Lane poltergeist, is a running joke, an open and shut case of deception and trickery. Or is it? Because there is a very eerie postscript to this story. In 1844, nearly 100 years after the hauntings, an artist called J.W. Archer visits the vault of St. John Clerkenwell, the church where Fanny Lyons had long ago been laid to rest. In that vault where that 1 a.m. knock on her tomb never came. Archer has come here to make some sketches. He said, better seat than one of the coffins. The son's boy who held for me that this was the coffin of Scratching Fanny, called the Cock Ghost. And then Archer has a bizarre and morbid impulse. He decides to pry the lid off Fanny's coffin to see what lies inside. What he discovers is so staggering, he double-checks that he has opened the right coffin. He can hardly believe that the woman inside has been dead for nearly 100 years. Because the body of Fanny Lyons is in an excellent state of preservation, and her face shows no signs whatsoever of the ravages of smallpox. Her body has produced a substance known as adiposis, also known as corpse wax, which is what has caused this extraordinary state of preservation. It's unusual, but it's something that you see in cases. The Cock Lane poltergeist, far from being the most supernatural hoax of its age, telling the truth all along. Kieran, final thoughts?
As a skeptic, I would be immediately dismissive of this case, but actually, as a forensic psychologist, I do love this case. It's psychology, it's intrigue, it's deception, so yeah, fascinated by it even to this day.
Evan, is this an example of it's not the dead you've got to worry about, it's the living? Or could there be something paranormal at the heart of all of this?
I think there's certainly a bit of doubt. I think even if we think we've solved the second phenomena in the early stages, that is completely unaccounted for. And that body at the end is really, really suspicious. So is this a case